Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. Please rise and warmly welcome the chief guest for the day, the Honorable Union Minister for the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya ji. It is a pleasure to extend our heartiest welcome to the guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Dr. Bharti Praveen Pawar ji. We take this opportunity to welcome the Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Shri Rajesh Bhushan ji. We extend our warm welcome to Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi ji, Secretary cum Scientific Director, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Good morning, and on behalf of the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, it is an honor and privilege to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests from the offices of the Drugs Controller General of India, Indian Drug Manufacturer Association, representatives from the industry, academia, media, ladies and gentlemen. We have joined here on the first day of July 2022 to witness the release of the 9th edition of the Indian Pharmacopoeia and participate in the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission Conference 2022. I now request Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi ji to welcome the Honorable Union Minister with a floral bouquet. A warm welcome to you, sir. Sir, please welcome the Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Bharti Praveen Pawar ji, with a bouquet. A heartiest welcome to you, madam. So kindly welcome the Secretary, Ministry of State and Health and Family Welfare, Shri Rajesh Bhushan ji, with a bouquet. A warm welcome to you, sir. It is an honor to invite the Honorable Ministers and dignitaries on the dais to light the ceremonial lamp and inaugurate the proceedings of the day. Asato ma sadgamaya, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, mrityo ma amritam. Thank you, sir and madam, for doing us the honors. May I now request the Secretary cum Scientific Director, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi ji, to please deliver the welcome address.
Good morning. Respected Shri Mansukh Mandaviya ji, Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Madam Bharti Pawar ji, Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, Shri Rajesh Bhushan ji, Secretary, Ministry of Health, Government of India, DCGI Dr. Somani, Dr. James Pound, Head of British Pharmacopoeia, and doyens of industry and all the delegates present here. It's a matter of great pride for Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission today that we have gathered here for release of 9th edition of Indian Pharmacopoeia, IP 2022, the book of standards for medicines sold in this country. Our pride and happiness goes further up because it's being released by our dynamic minister, Shri Mansukh Mandaviya ji, during Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. On this occasion, I welcome all of you to this event, which is going to be a major milestone in the journey of Indian Pharmacopoeia and Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. Sir, under your dynamic leadership and guidance, and with the unending support of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, we have done many changes in the new pharmacopoeia, which will have its positive impact on public health. These changes are certainly going to further facilitate the growth and expansion of Indian pharma industry and research. A quick look at some of the pointers of our growth journey during last over a year are shown in these slides. So this is simply the journey of IP publication from first edition in 1955 to 9th edition in 2022. These are some of the very few salient features. We are adding 92 new monographs for drugs in the new edition IP 2022. There are 12 general chapters addressing various different aspects of pharmaceutical quality management. And then we have multiple improvements on the existing general chapters and existing monographs. This is simply a distribution of different monographs in categories. Highest number still is 1245 for the formulations which are being sold in the market, and then the active pharmaceutical ingredient with 930 monographs. This is the graph showing the increase of number of pharmaceutical reference material which IP has added in its inventory. Currently we have 652, which is covering about 70% of requirement of the reference material which are used for quality control in this country. This is a good addition. We currently have 300 impurity standards currently in the inventory of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, and these are very important for quality control and management of the quality of the pharmaceuticals being sold in this country. This is a very good development which has happened under dynamic leadership of Minister Sir, that now we have 4 different countries who are recognizing Indian Pharmacopoeia, and exporters to these countries can actually export without retesting the product. First was Afghanistan to recognize, and then came Ghana, and then now a couple of weeks ago we were informed that Mauritius has also recognized Indian Pharmacopoeia, and Nepal of course has added Indian Pharmacopoeia in their DNC Act. So these, and this is not a simple exercise because there are more than quality, there are other factors also involved. So this would not have happened without your dynamic leadership and guidance, sir. These are some of the very quick COVID responses which came from IPC in Pharmacopoeia. The first one was we were first in the world to bring Remdesivir API and formulation monograph in the Pharmacopoeia, and same was the story for Favipiravir API and the tablet monograph. Similarly, 2DG API and sachet formulation, which was approved, which were developed through collaboration of Ministry of Defense and Dr. Reddy's. That was also, we actually developed monograph and put it in the Pharmacopoeia for quality control. And the last one is, and not the least, is the rapid microbiological method, which actually brought down the 13-14 days of microbiological testing to 1 day. And this could actually save a lot of time during the pandemic. And this was one of the good additions for which we got commendation from ministry also. These are some of the growth indicators or matrices which we have created, and you can see lots of positives coming out of this. More than the growth, this slide is important for us because it shows the possibility of change and improvement with passion, positive and innovative thinking, and giving right direction. So this slide has actually motivated the whole IPC community, and everybody is now motivated to keep this in a sustainable fashion. These are some of the future activities which we are taking up. We are developing digital IP. So in next 6 to 9 months, we will have online IP available for all our stakeholders, which is going to increase the coverage and facilitate the simple use of pharmacopoeia, because currently we have 4 volumes which becomes a little heavy. Increasing inventory and stakeholder awareness on impurity standards and its importance. And as I showed, 300 of them have already been added, and we have taken a target of at least 500 by the time we finish this financial year. And we are on track for that, and strategies are in place. We have also done a very important policy decision, which is bringing the dissolution specifications in all the prolonged release formulations in Indian pharmacopoeia. Till now, we were not having dissolutions in prolonged release formulations. So this is going to actually impact the public health in long term in a big way. Impurity limits have been harmonized with ICH. We have joined the pharmaceutical discussion group on global scenario, which was earlier being led by EP, Japan Pharmacopoeia, and USP. And we have been added this year as a test case along with a couple of more countries and pharmacopoeia. And after completion of 1 year, there will be a decision by the PDG core group whether we are becoming permanent member or not. This group is driving the harmonization activity at the global level among all the pharmacopoeias. And if we become part of PDG, permanent part of PDG, it is going to be a big boost for pharmacopoeia and Indian pharmacopoeia at the global scene. And we are signing MOU with Ministry of Ayush and NIPER Guwahati in the area of herbal and phytopharmaceutical development, and with NIPER Guwahati on pharmacovigilance. And these will be research-driven MOUs with clear-cut outcome defined. With this, sir, at IPC, our biggest satisfaction is that the work which we are doing on daily basis, directly or indirectly, touches almost every citizen of this country. All this would not have been possible without the support from Minister Sir and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. I would like to thank all of you for taking time and joining us today for this great event. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I now request the Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Shri Rajesh Bhushan ji, to please address the august gathering.
Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, Honorable Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Bharti Praveen Pawar, Honorable Director and Scientific Secretary of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, Dr. Raghuvanshi. I see Drugs Controller General of India sitting on the front rows, as well as the doyens of the pharma industry, domestic pharma industry, who have international presence also. And I also see directors of various academic institutions, scientists and researchers who have gathered here. I welcome all of you on the occasion of this IPC conference, as well as launching of the Indian Pharmacopoeia 2022. While I take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Raghuvanshi and his team for having organized this conference, where the theme is addressing the medicine quality for future, it is important because the experience of last 2 years of handling the pandemic has made us realize that while in this country, as in other countries, we were grappling with the twin challenges of communicable and non-communicable diseases, we should always be prepared for pandemics which may in future come with alarming regularity. And that is a serious thought to reflect on. While we were always saying that the disease challenge of any country, any economy can be met by emphasizing that there are effective, reliable, and robust treatment options available, the pandemic made us realize that you need to repurpose some of these options without losing time. You need to innovate again without losing time, and you need to ensure that from R&D to innovation to product to its regulatory approval and eventual delivery in the market needs to be compressed in a time frame which earlier we had not even visualized in our wildest dreams. But this happened, and all of you did it. The pandemic made us realize certain elements, certain facts, which although we used to say, but no one used to take them with that amount of seriousness. So I decided to, summarize it at one place, and I myself was fairly impressed when I was looking at these figures. India is world's largest supplier of generic medications, and we account for 20% of the worldwide supply of generics by volume. We supply 60% of the global vaccination demand. We also supply 40% of the generic demand in US. I'm naming countries. 25% of all medicines in UK. We rank third in terms of pharmaceutical production by volume, 14th in terms of value, and that value is worth about US $42 billion. So all this got focused when suddenly we had 7 or 8 COVID-19 vaccines in a period of almost less than a year, all of them receiving regulatory approvals through a fast-track mechanism, a transparent mechanism, a mechanism that emphasized scientific evidence and its evaluation, a rigorous evaluation. And most of these vaccines fell into two categories. Those which were 100% made in India, in the sense that R&D was done here, production was done here, and clinical trials were done here. And then those vaccines where R&D was done someplace else, but under a licensed manufacturing arrangement, we manufactured them to the strictest level of quality, efficacy, and safety. So that is the combined national muscle that you represent, the people who are sitting in this room, and you must take pride in that. Going ahead, the preparation of pharmacopoeia in this context becomes extremely important. And I've been told that this one has taken almost 4 years, Dr. Sir? So 4 years of effort by the entire scientific staff, the support staff, the experts who are outside IPC, people who are inside IPC. So I'm very, very confident that this 9th edition of Indian Pharmacopoeia 2022 will be a significant step forward in delivering quality medicine to the population at large. I once again take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to all of you and commend the team of IPC led by Dr. Raghuvanshi, and I hope that going ahead you would climb new heights of excellence. हिंदी में अगर कहें तो आगे चलते हुए आप उत्तरोत्तर उन्नति के पथ पर अग्रसर हों, ऐसी मेरी कामना है. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you, sir, for your very kind and encouraging words. वर्ष 2022 में भारत अपनी आज़ादी के 75वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहा है। आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव की इस पावन बेला में भारतीय भेषज संहिता आयोग इंडियन फार्माकोपिया कमीशन अपने 138 करोड़ देशवासियों के लिए एक ऐसी भेंट लाया है जो भारतीय गणतंत्र के वैज्ञानिक विकास की स्वनिधि है। आई रिक्वेस्ट Honorable Minister Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya ji to please release the 9th edition of the Indian Pharmacopoeia and also request the respected dignitaries on the dais to join in this historic moment. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी, आपको ये जानकर बहुत प्रसन्नता होगी कि भारतीय भेषज संहिता इंडियन फार्माकोपिया के नवे संस्करण में 92 नवीन मोनोग्राफ संकलित किए गए हैं, जिनमें से कुछ उन महत्वपूर्ण दवाइयों के हैं जो कोविड-19 के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में सक्रिय भागीदार रही हैं। Honorable Minister Sir, with the publication of the 9th edition of the Indian Pharmacopoeia, the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission has truly lived up to the mantra Nation First ordained by the Government of India. भारतीय भेषज संहिता आयोग ने औषधीय मानकों के क्षेत्र में भारत को विश्व पटल पर सदैव अग्रणी रखा है। Honorable Minister Sir, the Indian Pharmacopoeia is now recognized as a book of standards for drugs in various other countries like Nepal, Mauritius, Afghanistan and Ghana. माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी, आपने सदा हमारा मनोबल बढ़ाया है और हमें दिशा दिखाई है। आज इसी भाव से यह प्रांगण आपके विचारों को सुनने के लिए आतुर है। आपसे अनुरोध है कि कृपया हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें।
आज 9th एडिशन ऑफ इंडियन फार्माकोपिया के रिलीज के अवसर पर मंच पर उपस्थित मेरी सहयोगी मंत्री डॉक्टर भारतीबेन, हमारे सेक्रेटरी राजेश भूषण जी, रघुवंशी जी, उपस्थित सभी भाइयों एवं बहनों, ये 4 दलदार बुक जब मैं रिलीज कर रहा था, वेट भी बहुत था और मेरी अपेक्षा है कि वैसा ही वेट ये फार्माकोपिया का दुनिया में बने और उसमें हम सब लोगों का सहयोग रहे। जब आपको सफलता को पाना है तो उसके कई पिलर होते हैं। हम फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड बन गए। हमने जेनरिक मेडिसिन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में, फॉर्मुलेशन में महारत हासिल कर ली, बल्क प्रोडक्शन करते हैं, हम कंटेनर भर भर के बेचते हैं। मेरी अपेक्षा है कि एक पिलर है, अच्छा है, हमने प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाया है, हम फॉर्मुलेशन कर सकते हैं, अफोर्डेबल मेडिसिन इंडिया में और दुनिया को उपलब्ध कराते हैं। लेकिन क्या हम ऐसा करें कि हम एक लिफाफे में भेजें और उसकी कीमत एक कंटेनर जैसी हो। ये करना बाकी है अभी हमें। रिसर्च में और बहुत कुछ करना है। गवर्नमेंट भी रिसर्च, खास करके फार्मा सेक्टर में रिसर्च के लिए एक पॉलिसी लेके आ रही है, जिसका लाभ आने वाले दिनों में इंडस्ट्रीज को मिलना है। दूसरा, जब फार्माकोपिया की बात होती है तब मैं समझा हूँ कि उसमें वो 3 काम करते हैं। हमारे फार्माकोपिया कमीशन रघुवंशी जी की 3 जिम्मेवारी है। एक, स्टैंडर्ड तय करना। दूसरा, गुणवत्ता तय करना, क्वालिटी तय करना। और तीसरा, जो पेशेंट लेते हैं मेडिसिन उसके पर क्या इफेक्ट होती है। ये 3 विषय पर फार्माकोपिया जब काम कर रहा है तब उसका महत्व बहुत बढ़ जाता है। स्टैंडर्ड मेडिसिन बहुत आवश्यक होती है, क्वालिटी मेडिसिन बहुत आवश्यक होती है। और मैं मानता हूं कि हमारी सफलता है, हम स्टैंडर्ड मेंटेन करने में सक्सेस रहे हैं। हमने कोविड क्राइसिस के दरमियान देखा, जब एग्जाम कब होती है, जब क्राइसिस होती है तब। व्यक्ति निखरता है कब, जब समय आता है तब। जब ऐसी स्थिति निर्माण होती है जब उसमें आपकी स्टेबिलिटी कैसी है। जब कोई व्यक्ति के ऊपर कोई दिक्कत आई, वैसे बड़ी बड़ी कितनी भी बात करते हो, लेकिन वो मुश्किल में आया तब कितना स्टेबल रहा, उसके पार उसकी क्षमता दिखाई देती है। वैसा ही कोविड क्राइसिस के दरमियान दुनिया के पास मेडिसिन नहीं थी। इंडिया दुनिया को मेडिसिन भेज रहे थे, 150 कंट्री में हमने मेडिसिन भेजी। बात तो होती है, हम सारी दुनिया को, यहाँ हमारे राजेश भूषण जी ने कहा कि 60% एबव आज वैक्सीन में हमारा शेयर है, वो अच्छी बात है। लेकिन उसमें विशेष ये है कि जब कोविड क्राइसिस में 2 चीज़ें थी, सब लोग मेडिसिन मांग रहे थे, हम भी कई चीज़ें इंपोर्ट कर रहे थे और हमारे यहाँ क्वालिटी का इश्यू आया था, इसलिए हमने पीपीई किट वापस भेजनी पड़ी थी कि आपकी भेजी हुई पीपीई किट क्वालिटी, पीपीई किट जो स्टैंडर्ड इंडिया ने तय किया उसके मुताबिक नहीं है। मुझे खुशी इस बात की है कि 150 देश में मेरे देश की कंपनियों ने मेडिसिन एक्सपोर्ट किया। कहाँ से भी स्टैंडर्ड क्वालिटी के संदर्भ में कोई शिकायत नहीं आई, सभी जगह से इंडिया की वाहवाह हुई। लेकिन ये तो ऐसी स्थिति थी कि बल्क में भेजना था, लाओ 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 हो रहा था। शायद ऐसी स्थिति में ज़्यादा मुनाफा कमाने की दृष्टि से, ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्ट करने की दृष्टि से हमने प्यूरियस क्वालिटी एक्सपोर्ट नहीं किया। ये हमारी सफलता है। मैं चाहता हूँ कि ये फार्माकोपिया कमीशन तो अपनी जिम्मेवारी निभाए ही, इंडस्ट्रीज ने भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से बिहेवियर किया है, तब जाके दुनिया में हमारी शाख बनी है। आने वाले दिनों में अभी मुझे यहाँ 4 कंट्री ने रिकग्नाइज किया है, अफगानिस्तान, नेपाल, मॉरिशस और घाना। हमारा फार्माकोपिया ने केवल 4 कंट्री ने रिकग्नाइज किया है। हमारी जिम्मेवारी है, गवर्नमेंट की जिम्मेवारी है। इतना रेपुटेड, इतनी क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड हमारी मेडिसिन में होने के बावजूद भी हमें एक ज़्यादा प्रयास करना है ताकि दुनिया के ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कंट्री हमारे फार्माकोपिया को मान्यता दे, हमारे फार्माकोपिया को स्वीकारे। और उसके लिए आज ये समय आ चुका है। इंडिया की दुनिया के सामने फार्मा सेक्टर में एक अच्छी इज्जत बनी है। हमारे लेबोरेटरीज, हमारा इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट, हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज, उसकी दुनिया में बनी हुई रेपुटेशन का लाभ लेने के लिए हमने एम्बेसडर से कंसल्टेशन चालू किया है। जो हमारा एम्बेसडर दुनिया में है, वहाँ के कंट्री के साथ बातचीत करें, हमारे फार्माकोपिया के संदर्भ में वहाँ विस्तृत विषय रखें, ताकि हम 2-4 कंट्री से आगे बढ़ के कई कंट्री तक पहुँच पाए। उसके लिए टारगेट भी तय करना होगा। मैं आज कई कंट्री तक पहुँच पाएंगे ऐसी बात कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन मेरी अपेक्षा है कि आने वाले वर्ष में हम मिले, 2023 में हम मिले तब हमारे पास एक क्लैरिटी हो कि इतनी कंट्री हमने की है, इतनी कंट्री पाइपलाइन में और इतनी कंट्री में इतने साल में हो जाएंगे। इस अप्रोच के साथ हमें आगे बढ़ना है। कभी ऐसा होता है कि हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्ड नहीं होता है। दुनिया में आज तक हमारी स्थिति ऐसी थी कि हम बचाव पक्ष में रहते थे, हम अपना स्टैंड को वहां दिखाने के लिए प्रयास करते थे। अब इस दुनिया इंडिया के पर ट्रस्ट की दृष्टि से देख रही है, हमारे पर विश्वास की दृष्टि से देख रही है। हम जो करते हैं उसके प्रति उसकी श्रद्धा भी बढ़ी है, उसका कॉन्फिडेंस भी बढ़ा है। तब जाके हमें बात करने की शैली को बदलना है। केवल अभी मुझे लगता है कि मोदी जी ने देश और दुनिया में इंडिया की जो रेपुटेशन स्थापित की है, ये रेपुटेशन एक न्यू भारत का, न्यू इंडिया का इंडिकेशन है। जब कई इंटरनेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म पर मैं जाता हूं तो अभी हमारी बात, जब मेरे पास भाषण आता है कि साहब आपको ये बोलना है, तो हम हमारा स्टैंड को ठीक रखने की कोशिश करें, ऐसा होता है। हम हमारी बात को उसके पास मनाए, हम स्ट्रांग, हमारी बात और लोग स्वीकार रहे हैं। या तो कई कंट्री ऐसा बोलते हैं कि वो बोले तो बाकी देशों को मानना ही मानना है। दोस्तों, हम बोले वो मानना ही मानना है, ऐसा हमारा भाव नहीं है। लेकिन दुनिया माने, इंडिया बोला है, दुनिया ने माना है, मान लिया है, या तो इंडिया कह रहा है वो सही होगा। ऐसी स्थिति आज इंटरनेशनल स्टैंड पर हमारी आ चुकी है। हम बोलते हैं, उसके बाद दुनिया हमारी बात को कोट करके इंडिया ने कहा है, तो स्टैंड दुनिया लेना शुरू कर दिया। और इसलिए उसका लाभ हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज को आने वाले दिनों में कैसे मिले। एक क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड के साथ हमारा फार्मा सेक्टर, हमारा फार्माकोपिया आने वाले दिनों में इंडिया में तो उसका बहुत लाभ हो ही रहा है। लेकिन मैं मानता हूँ कि जब अब दुनिया में हमारा फार्माकोपिया को स्थापित करेंगे, तब इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड में हमें बहुत फायदा होगा। हमें इंडिजिनियस इंडस्ट्रीज को भी देखना है, इंडस्ट्रीज मार्केट को भी देखना है, इंडिजिनियस हेल्थ को भी देखना है। मोदी जी ने बहुत अच्छी बात कही है कि आप समृद्ध भारत का विचार करते हैं, या तो आप समृद्ध भारत की कल्पना करते हैं, तो स्वस्थ भारत होना आवश्यक है। स्वस्थ भारत ही समृद्ध भारत की नींव रख सकते हैं। और इसलिए स्वस्थ भारत बनाने के लिए ऐसे फार्माकोपिया जैसे हमारी व्यवस्था की दृष्टि से देश में स्टैंडर्ड क्वालिटी मेडिसिन उपलब्ध हो, और हमारी मेडिसिन का कंटिन्यूस ऑब्जर्वेशन हो। जो पेशेंट ले रहे हैं उसके ऊपर इस स्टैंडर्ड की मेडिसिन से क्या इफेक्ट आ रही है, ये बहुत आवश्यक होता है। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आने वाले दिनों में हम हमारे फार्माकोपिया के माध्यम से हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज़ को भी मजबूत करेंगे, देश के स्वास्थ्य को भी मजबूत करेंगे, और दुनिया में भी हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ा के आज शायद दुनिया 5 में से 1 पील हमारी खाती हो, तो आने वाले दिनों में हमारा लक्ष्य हो। जो व्यक्ति, देश या इंस्टीट्यूट जब पाथवे तय करते हैं तो उसकी गति बढ़ जाती है। अभी हम गूगल पर जाके हमें यहाँ पहुँचना है तो उसमें डाल देते हैं, तो बाद में हमने जीपीएस सिस्टम वहाँ ले जाती है, तो रास्ता स्मूथ हो जाता है कि नहीं, सरल हम टाइम पे पहुँच जाते हैं, ये रास्ते से ही जाना है, तय हो जाता है। वैसे हम हमारा पाथवे तय करें, हम हमारा टारगेट तय करें, गोल तय करें कि हमें आने वाले दिनों में हमें फार्मा सेक्टर में हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ाना है, तो क्या करना है, ये हमारा जीपीएस हो, और उसके आधार पर हम सुनिश्चित करें हमारा पाथवे और देश को एक नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाए, ऐसी अपेक्षा है। धन्यवाद दोस्तों।
Thank you, sir, for your very kind and enriching thoughts and words. May I now invite Dr. V. Kalai Selvan Senior Principal Scientific Officer, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, on behalf of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission and all of us, it's my most pleasure and duty to offer a very sincere vote of thanks to our Honorable Union Minister, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya ji, for having spared his time to be with us and releasing the 9th edition of Indian Pharmacopoeia. Sir, you have inspired us with your address, and we will continue to look towards you for your guidance and further inspiration. Sir, thank you very much. I take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks on behalf of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission and all of us to Madam Dr. Bharati Praveen Pawarji, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion. Thank you, Madam, for enlightening us and seek your support for all the activities of IPC. Our sincere thanks to Shri Rajesh Bhushan ji, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, for being a rock of support and especially for his guidance and bringing out 9th edition of Indian Pharmacopoeia. Sir, thank you very much. I would like to thank our beloved Secretary cum Scientific Director, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, for all his support, motivation, guidance, and also organizing this event. Sir, thank you very much. I also wish to thank all the invited guests, panelists, speakers, and delegates for being with us today and sharing your knowledge and experiences. Let me thank all the media personals for their cooperation and support. Last but not the least, sincere thanks to all my colleagues at IPC because they are the one to bringing this event very successful one. Thanks a lot to all of my colleagues at IPC. Finally, I thank you all once again to have been with us and invite you to join us for the remaining part of the conference. Thank you very much.
With this, we now come to the close of the inaugural session of the IPC Conference 2022. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May I now request you to please join us for a cup of tea.
For technical session, the speaker for the sessions are Dr. James Pound, Secretary and Scientific Director, British Pharmacopoeia, BPC, and Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Secretary cum Scientific Director, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. May I now request our speakers to kindly occupy the dais. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Rajiv to please welcome Dr. James Pound with a flower bouquet. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. V. Kalai Selvan, sir, Principal Scientific Officer, IPC, to greet Dr. Rajiv. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi for his talk on Indian Pharmacopoeia Contextual Relevance. Dr. Raghuvanshi has completed his bachelor and master's from IIT BHU and PhD from National Institute of Immunology, New Delhi. After working for 7 years at National Institute of Immunology, New Delhi, Dr. Rajiv moved to join leading Indian multinational pharmaceutical company Ranbaxy Laboratories Limited, where he worked for the development, registration, and launch of NDDS, generics, and brand generics in various global markets. After having spent 12 years with Ranbaxy Laboratories, Dr. Rajiv moved to another Indian multinational, Dr. Reddy Laboratories, Hyderabad. Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi expertise lies in dosage form, design, and development, mainly in the domain of pharmaceutical innovation. He has been involved in the development of different kinds of products like oral solids, oral liquids, topicals, injection, nasal spray, auto-injectors, sublingual, mouth dissolve, extended release, and delayed release for global markets. More than 200 products developed by him and his team are currently being sold in India, US, Europe, and emerging markets. Dr. Raghuvanshi has 14 granted US patents along with more than 250 published PT, PCTS, and Indian patents. He has more than 25 publications in peer-reviewed journals and has co-authored 6 chapters in book. I invite Dr. Rajiv for his talk. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, and again a warm welcome to all the delegates who have gathered here for the release event and the subsequent scientific seminar which we are holding. It's my pleasure to start these scientific sessions, and what I would like to do today, I have a small presentation with few slides, but I just wanted to set the context for the day on this theme of pharmacopoeia and its relevance, especially how it is relevant in the present context, and what Indian pharmacopoeia is now and how it is actually moving to the next phase of its relevance, growth, and contribution to public health support. Yeah. So this is just for setting the context. This is about the Indian pharma currently. What is the status of the industry on the global scene? We all know we are third largest by volume and 14th largest by value globally. Total turnover is about 230,000 crores. And between export and domestic, it is distributed almost 50-50. It's a industry which is having a significant contribution in the country's GDP, which is around 1.7%. And when it comes to API, we are the third largest market of world, and we have 8% share in the global API market. The industry is expected to grow about 11%, more than 11% CAGR till 2025. And all these pointers are actually showing the strength of the industry from business as well as contribution to the country's growth through the GDP. This is just showing 50-50 between the exports and the domestic. This I had shown in the morning also, the journey of publication of IP. First edition came in 1955, and for some years after that, the gap was long. About 10 years it was taking to bring out the next edition. But for last 3-4 editions, we are religiously following the time of 4 years. Every 4 years we are bringing with 2 addendums in between. When it comes to the current IP 2022, we have 92 new monographs of different chemical drugs, biologicals, some vitamins, phytopharmaceuticals. We have bought 12 new general chapters on different topics, which are going to facilitate the industry and other stakeholders in designing their quality management systems and ultimately increase the productivity, keeping in mind the quality of the products which they are making. Along with the new additions, we have substantial improvement on the existing ones. 415 monographs have been upgraded, either in the specification limits or maybe the method of analysis, where old ones were there, we are replacing with the new latest technologies, keeping in mind the infrastructure available with the companies, especially the MSMEs. And most of these changes in methods are maybe from TLC to HPLC or UV to HPLC and those kind of changes. This is just a presentation of distribution of different monographs in the current IP 2022. The largest share goes to the formulations with 1,245 monographs dedicated to different kind of formulations. And the second largest chunk goes to the API, which is of 930 number. And after APIs and formulations, we have a very good compilation of veterinary products. And just to let the gathering know that IPC is now member of Empowered Committee on Animal Health, and we are actually preparing for any unwanted pandemic, maybe in the form of COVID, which came for human, and a lot of things we had to do in reaction. So this committee has been actually made to proactively prepare yourself for any kind of eventuality. And IPC is a member of that committee, and a lot of changes in veterinary monographs are coming through that committee and the requirements. And also on the biological side, a lot of changes and upgradations are being done, new additions are happening, and then small portions on excipients, blood products, which we certainly bring in monograph in the pharmacopoeias to help the public health activities. This is a simple pointer about how currently the monographs of Indian Pharmacopoeia are, what is the coverage when it comes to different lists of drugs which are operational either in our country or maybe on the global scene through WHO. And if you see the NLEM, National List of Essential Medicines, which is released by Department of Pharmaceuticals, there the current IP would have coverage of 98% of NLEM drugs, which is an achievement when it comes to how IP is actually contributing. And you will also be happy to know that this is directly helping the MSMEs, because in NLEM business, lots of MSMEs are actually doing business. When it comes to coverage of top 300 brands, and this is coming from a recent Health Ministry's notification of bringing the QR codes on top 300 brands of this country to prevent pilferage and sale of unscrupulous drugs. And there, when we see, we have about 73% coverage of those top 300 brands. When it comes to WHO Essential List of Medicine, which is operational throughout the world, we are currently covering about 66%. And this also happens because the low number, comparative low number, I would say, is also because lots of those products are not actually approved in India, so the percentage goes down. But this 66% is a very good coverage when it comes to WHO operating on the global scene. This is a very important slide from a quality management point of view. It shows the current inventory of the reference material which IPC is providing to all the stakeholders, whosoever wants it. And we currently have 652, which covers about 70% of the requirement currently in the Indian Pharmacopoeia. And that's, again, a huge contribution. And we were just talking after the inaugural session, and the Minister was happy to know this coverage when it comes to standards of medicine which IPC is providing to all the stakeholders. Even more important is this slide, where we are currently adding on very strategically important reference material for impurities. Till now, we were told that we have very few of them in our inventory. And about 1.5 years back, we had about 160 of those impurity standards in our inventory. Today, we have actually touched 300. So last 1.5 years, we have doubled the number of impurity standards in our inventory, which is a huge achievement from IPC point of view, as well as from the impact of IPC on the public health through all the manufacturing which is happening in this country. And again, here I would like to let you know that most of this is actually used by MSMEs, because when these things were not in our inventory, a lot of money was spent on importing some of them from outside. The cost was very high. So we have actually rationalized all that. And the target for this year for IPC team is to cross 500 by the time we close this financial year, which will be a huge addition, huge leap in the inventory and contribution to the complete healthcare infrastructure of this country. So somebody might ask that why do we need pharmacopoeia? A lot of people know, but somebody might have, because people might also say that we know we have our in-house specification, why do we need pharmacopoeias? So there are some examples, some live examples which I would like to bring to your notice, just to press upon a point that pharmacopoeia actually has a very important role in any country when it comes to managing the quality. And also there are structured research publications in high impact journals, not from India and not from IPC. I would not hesitate saying that, but certainly we have already started doing those kind of activities where we also start contributing on the global scene when it comes to research in pharmacopoeial domain. But currently also there are lots of research coming out of USP and EP, which says that the day you bring a monograph in any pharmacopoeia, the generic industry grows significantly after that. And it's not Einstein science to understand that, because you bring all the standards, make it public. So everybody knows that for any new product, what should be your specification. So small companies may not have that kind of infrastructure or strategic thinking processes and wherewithals to find out, or they may not be in a position to spend that much of time to find out what should be the specification for a new product. And here comes the contribution of Pharmacopoeia. We give you a ready-made specification with all the methods of analysis, which immediately is picked by the companies and they start manufacturing new products. So it gives huge coverage, expansion of the market in terms of volumes, in terms of price, business, growth, and everything. And there are, as I said, there are well-researched papers on this. And it is not only that these activities are happening only in those countries where these research papers are coming from, because Pharmacopoeia is Pharmacopoeia. The same impact will happen in our country also when it comes to the contribution. So first is, as I said in the morning, a very quick response to the COVID. When COVID came, lots of problem was there on what should be the specification of remdesivir, because licensing was not to all the Indian companies. And then IP came with the draft monograph, and then in a very short period of time, we bought this monograph, which was actually helpful to many companies in actually manufacturing and start selling remdesivir, which the story of remdesivir everybody knows, that how did it help the whole pandemic era. Same story is favipiravir. 2DG is a similar story, though it is the drug which only Indian as a country we have. But when this drug actually was launched, approved and launched, we now have 2DG API and sachet monograph to help industry if anybody else also wants to manufacture the product. And the fourth one is rapid microbiological methods, which we bought a draft chapter during the pandemic, especially during the second wave. It helped a lot because everybody was actually waiting for remdesivir to come out of the company, and it was taking 14 days for microbiological testing to complete before the product can go to the market. And with the draft chapter of rapid microbiological methods, with the help of some of these vendors and companies who make those rapid microbiological testing instruments, we actually conducted seminars. We bought this chapter, and then this became basis for actually using those microbiological methods in releasing the batches in one day in place of 13 or 14 days, which actually helped in a huge way this whole pandemic situation. So there is my favorite story is the albendazole story. I mean, a lot of people sitting here, Viranchi Bhai is smiling because he must have heard so many times, but I can't stop myself speaking about this story. This is probably one of the biggest impact any pharmacopoeia can have, and not only albendazole, any product, you might have this kind of opportunity. So without looking into, there are 3-4 slides on this, I'll just narrate the story. Albendazole is an anti-helminthic product used in lots of public health programs. WHO uses a lot in the developing countries. India healthcare system and national healthcare programs uses a lot of albendazole in small kids, especially in the poor part of the society. And around 2017-18, there were some reports which actually came from WHO that the product which is being sold is not effective to the level it should be. And then ultimately it came to IPC that is there any issue with the standards and the monograph, and some research was done. And ultimately what came out was till 2019, I think, when addendum came. Before that, the monograph of IP was actually having only disintegration time as the specification. There was no dissolution. And you will see there is one public, so these are all the different brands where the disintegration time is actually given. And as per the pharmacopoeia, and this is actually a global paper. So this problem was not specific to India. This was a global problem when it came to albendazole. So it's a paper from an international group of researchers, and they showed that they actually picked lots of different brands from different global markets, including India. And they showed that when it comes to disintegration time, all the products were actually meeting the requirement meeting the requirement, monograph. But the real story is here. If you see the product, the same product which was meeting the specification of disintegration time was actually showing this much of difference in the dissolution. And only one product was actually showing similar dissolution to the innovator. Rest all were less than 50%. Many of them were less than 50% of the innovator dissolution. And that opens the eyes for everybody that the problem is actually here. In spite of meeting the monograph, you are actually not giving a product which is effective because there is no dissolution or less dissolution than optimum, and actually the drug is not bioavailable. So from where the activity will come? And immediately then we bought a draft monograph with dissolution specification, which was then made part of the addendum 2019, I think. And since then, now the albendazole has a dissolution specification, and we have not received the complaints after that. So this is one example where the impact of pharmacopoeial monograph on public health is very clear, beyond doubt. And we might have many examples of this kind. But this is actually, some research has happened at global level also, and research teams have also published papers in peer-reviewed journals. So this I picked up only because the data is very authentic. Another example here is a very recent example. Some of the approvals are still happening, maybe at CDSCO office, and some of them have been approved. So itraconazole, all of you know that most widely prescribed antifungal drug, not only in India, on the global levels. And itraconazole also is a problem on the global scene when it comes to the right product. It's a class 2 molecule, like stone, doesn't dissolve, and has a tricky formulation. The original approval is 100 milligram, and for only 2 or 3 indications in rare fungal infections, the dose is 200 milligram. Otherwise, for all other conditions, the dose is 100 milligram. And somehow, this whole market got pushed towards 200 milligram, and lots of fungal infections where 100 milligram dose was approved, people started prescribing and people started taking 200 milligram because it was available in the market. And this is one part of the story. Second part, since the formulation is very tricky, lots of products were actually suboptimal formulations. And again, like albendazole, there were lots of dissolution problem in this product. We have ourselves looked into some of the marketed products and found that some of them are not optimal when it comes to dissolution. That actually brought the issue of low bioavailability, which actually contributed to antimicrobial resistance. The whole country is today fighting with antimicrobial resistance, and itraconazole and antifungal resistance is one of the major issues currently we are fighting. So now the new entry of 65 milligram, which we call as supra-bioavailable product. So supra-bioavailable product, in US, approval happened 65 milligram is equivalent to 100 milligram. In Europe and Australia, it was 50 milligram equivalent to 100 milligram approval happened for the supra-bioavailable product. The problem comes here when industries in India started making 65 milligram supra, and when they applied for approval, the specification which they proposed was the BP specification of the old conventional product. So we are saying that you test both the products with the same dissolution method. Bigger problem will come once this drug becomes old and then the expansion of the manufacturing happens. Lots of companies come out and start making this and testing using the conventional method for releasing the batches. So theoretically speaking, a 65 milligram old product can actually be released as a supra-bioavailable product because it will meet the specification given in the monograph, which is the common dissolution method of for both the. So here is the biggest problem. It came to us for testing with the specification. We actually raised objections. Now I think CDSCO is taking action on that, and some of you might be in consultation with them. But the point which I wanted to raise is CDSCO, IPC, government, we have responsibilities. We are trying to meet our responsibilities. But responsibility is also on the manufacturer side. You also have to think that when you propose these specifications, there has to be a proper rationale. You have to think through in a long term that what could be the impact of whatever specification is being proposed. Specification is not just numbers. Actually, if you see specification of a product is the only thing, if you can manage properly, you will never have problem with the quality. So this was another example which currently we are fighting with in our hand. This is a small example where heparin was actually in huge demand when the COVID pandemic was there. And most of the heparin was being imported from China. And because of some reasons which most of you are aware of, those imports were actually restricted during that period. And the source of this porcine was, the heparin was porcine, which actually had a higher strength in the bulk as compared to ovine sourced heparin. And India, domestic, the production is from ovine, not porcine. So, and ovine had a lesser heparin in the bulk which is manufactured of them. And the problem came that in the existing monograph of heparin bulk, only porcine could meet, and the batches, all the batches of ovine heparin were not meeting. Though at the formulation stage, because on formulation you dilute further and make injection. So at the formulation stage, the bovine was also fine after dilution. But in the beginning only, the bulk was not meeting because of the low concentration of heparin in the extracts. And this problem actually was brought to IPC to look into it, and then we did our own systemic research, and we actually then lowered I can't say lowered, but we readjusted the specification of heparin bulk, and then lots of companies started making the bovine sourced heparin also. So that is another kind of impact which IPC gives. These are some of the other examples. This is a sildenafil like albendazole. If you see, you pick up the global product from different markets, different brands, you see these kind of differences in dissolution. So similarly, at tadalafil, if you see, pick it from global markets and you see the difference. Some of them are just 10% of the required dissolution. So this is another similar story of aceclofenac. So there are lots of examples where you will find that the product is suboptimal and there is a need for intervention. And what pharmacopoeia does is that it gives the specification, it gives the method of analysis so that all these scattered graphs actually merge in due course, and the products all start showing the required optimal dissolution within the window of a specification which is given by monographs. Changing the gears, this we talked in the morning also. We started with lots of efforts at the ministry level and at IPC level to get into this recognition by other countries when it comes to Indian pharmacopoeia. The start was slow. The first recognition came from Afghanistan, which unfortunately is not a big producer or buyer of the medicines. But certainly that motivated the team that yes, it is possible. Then the second good, if I can say, recognition came from Ghana. Third, good recognition came from Mauritius, because Mauritius, lots of Indian companies are doing business in Mauritius. And of course, Nepal has actually put Indian Pharmacopoeia in their Drugs and Cosmetics Act, and parallel to other pharmacopoeias like BP, USP, and others, to be recognized when it comes to that. So that this is also now picking up, and there are some of them in pipeline, and I'm sure the coordinated effort which is being done at Ministries of Commerce, External Ministry, Health Ministry, IPC, CDSCO, some more countries will get added to this very soon. This I showed in the morning. And this slide, as I said, is not, growth is fine. We are showing very good growth in lots of matrices which we have created for operational matrices. But what is important here is, it shows that there is a possibility. When you do a concerted team effort and right environment is provided, this is not difficult. These might be all low-hanging fruits which are actually helping us. But we know that when possibility is there, then whole IPC team has seen that yes, this is possible. For the first time, we see so much of growth happening. Then everybody is excited about it, and everybody is motivated and doing their bit, contributing their bit in this. So the importance comes from there. Once we realize that as a team we can do it, then more than 50% work is done. And I think we are on the right path, and this is not that it is not sustainable. To me, when I see the first quarter, the outcome on these matrices, we are on the right path. And next year also you will see similar kind of growth in different areas. So thanks to all my team sitting here and people who are not absent, that they have actually done a tremendous job. And not only at IPC level, all this what we are doing, as I said in the morning, the happiest part and most motivating is that we are touching lives of each and every citizen of this country. Most of them directly, and if not directly, then certainly indirectly. Whatever work IPC is doing today is actually touching the lives of each and every citizen of this country. And nothing can be more motivating from this. Looking at the future, as I said in the morning, we are into development of digital IP. Whatever time it takes, 6 months or maybe a little more, we should be out with digital online IP, which will give us a huge boost when it comes to easiness of use at the customer side. And of course, for IPC and the government, the coverage we think would increase significantly. As I showed about the reference material, both the active as well as impurity, the inventory is significantly increasing. Dissolution specifications. How much time I have? A couple of more minutes? Okay. So why it is important? I wanted to make it very clear to all the stakeholders. Why this dissolution profile of the prolonged release is so important, and I'm pressing it on again and again. What happens that if we are not putting the specification of dissolution for prolonged release, that means we are saying that different companies might have different dissolution specification for the same product. So if there is, say, metoprolol sustained release product made by 10 different companies, theoretically all of them can have different dissolution profiles, which we also know that dissolution profile is directly related to the pharmacokinetics. What is the rate of absorption and what is the rate of excretion? That means we are saying that all 10 companies can have different PK. And PK is directly related to the, in generics, we take it as the dissolution as surrogate to the PK and efficacy ultimately. So there is a scope of different products from, same product from different companies having different PK. That may not be the big problem. Big problem comes when it comes to substitutability. If I'm taking a product from, say, if I name any company, Sun Pharma, say Metoprolol, and today if my pharmacist is not having that, the practice in India is that we take it from Dr. Reddy's or anybody, Lupin or whoever is making it, right? And there comes the problem, that the moment you change the brand, you are changing the bioavailability of the product. And changing the bioavailability might have a different impact. When it comes to these kind of critical products, which are prolonged release formulations. So it cannot be left open-ended. It needs a control which unifies the standard, and there comes the pharmacopoeia and role of pharmacopoeia. And that is why we have taken it on priority. And after consultation with stakeholders, we are putting it in 2022. The new monographs will have, going forward, a specification for sustained release products. And slowly, parallelly, we will keep on upgrading the old ones which are currently having. Similarly, a couple of more from future point of view, where we are looking at and how we want to create more and more impact, both at the Indian scenario and at the global level. All these will also help us harmonize our pharmacopoeia with the other global pharmacopoeias. And harmonization helps you in recognition also. Lots of people, lots of industry people, they interact with us when these kind of programs happen. They all request that our IP should be recognized by other countries. It helps a lot in doing the business. But that's not the complete story. You also have to understand that recognition can come only if we meet the standards, expectation of standards at the global level. And for that, Indian Pharmacopoeia will have to upgrade or change their standards and specifications and monographs. So it's a journey which both the parties have to take together. And we cannot do it alone. You cannot do it alone. We have to understand each other, and we have to agree to something which helps everybody in this journey. I think with this, I would end my presentation here. I can take questions at the end, or I can now, after the session. So thanks a lot for a patient hearing, and all the best for the day.
Thank you so much, sir. It is again a great pleasure for me to introduce our next speaker today, who is going to talk about the evaluation of quality standards for medicines in an era of unprecedented change. Dr. James Pound, Secretary and Scientific Director, British Pharmacopoeia Commission. He holds an honours degree in chemistry from University of Exeter. Dr. James joined the UK's Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, MHRA, in 2008 and has worked in the variety of roles within the British Pharmacopoeia. In 2017, James was promoted to the role of Group Manager and Secretary and Scientific Director of BP Commission. He is a senior leader with the agency and has responsibility for both the pharmacopoeia and the agency's regulatory laboratory testing activities. Now I invite Dr. James for his talk. Please, sir.
Which one do I click to this?
So this one is next. And This one is fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to join you here today at the IPC 2022 conference, hosted by my colleagues of the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission in New Delhi today. I would like to thank Dr. Rajiv, the Secretary cum Scientific Director of the IPC, for the invitation to join you today to celebrate this important milestone with the publication of the IP 2022. As noted in this introduction, I am James Pound, Secretary and Scientific Director of the British Pharmacopoeia Commission and Deputy Director for Standards and Compliance within the Healthcare Quality and Access Group of the UK's medicines regulator, the MHRA, based in London. I've worked in the BP and the Pharmacopoeia for over 10 years, and our collaboration with the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission in the interests of medicines quality and patient safety, and attending today's event are personal highlights of my career in setting standards for medicines. I wanted to start my presentation by reflecting on the history of the pharmacopoeias and the work to set standards for medicines. The image shown on this slide is reproduced from an article published in an industry journal and depicts the history and the timeline for the creation and evolution of the pharmacopoeias. Dating back at least hundreds, if not over 1,000 years, early pharmacopoeias sought to provide standards for apothecaries who dispense medicines, and their reach was commonly limited to cities or city-states. Over time, the inexorable rise of trade of goods, including medicines, led to the formation of national and regional pharmacopoeias. In my own country, this led to the consolidation of the London, Edinburgh and Dublin pharmacopoeias into the BP in the mid-19th century. And with the advent of medicines regulatory frameworks in the 20th century, the standards set in the pharmacopoeias were acknowledged as a core component of how we seek to ensure medicines quality and healthcare access. The content of the pharmacopoeias has also evolved over time, reflecting advances in medicine and technology, and with the emergence and diagnosis of new disease and illness. Pharmacopoeias have not existed for such an incredible period of time by remaining static and unchanged. Quite the opposite. Pharmacopoeias have evolved to reflect the changing world and act as an enabler to improved medicines quality and access to medicines for patients. This graphic depicts the foundations of acceptable medicines quality, which underpins the safety and efficacy of medicines taken by patients every day. On the bottom to the left, you have GXP, and this refers to the Good Practice Quality Guidelines and Regulations. For medicines manufacture, this refers to GMP, Good Manufacturing Practice, Good Distribution Practice, GDP, Clinical Practice, GCP, Laboratory, GLP, and finally, Pharmacovigilance Practice. In the centre, we have Pharmacopoeia standards. These enable users to make an objective assessment in relation to the quality of a medicine. Quality is critical to ensuring the safety and efficacy of the medicines taken by patients every day, and pharmacopoeia quality standards are one of the key elements of ensuring acceptable medicines quality. And to the right at the bottom, you have regulatory assessment, the independent review by a national competent authority of pharmaceutical, non-clinical and clinical data to demonstrate the quality, safety and efficacy of a medicinal product in order to evaluate its suitability for commercial supply to patients. The contribution that these three activities make to the assurance of product quality is interlinked and reflects a complex system that also involves a range of stakeholders. The successful implementation of each stage and activity is reliant on the contribution of the others to ensure the quality of medicines. The way these activities are interlinked can vary based on the products or materials in question that are being produced, and to ensure the most appropriate control of quality for the product is implemented. So what are the drivers for the work of the pharmacopoeia in an era of unprecedented change? And we've already heard today examples by colleagues around the pandemic. So some of the key drivers we need to consider are the learnings of the pandemic, both for pharmacopoeias, standard setting bodies, industry, regulators and public healthcare systems. The rapid and disruptive evolution of medicines and technology, and I will come to a couple of examples later on in the presentation. The needs for resilience in global supply chains, which pre-existed before the pandemic, but was perhaps most keenly illustrated during the pandemic, and increasingly complex healthcare systems with changes in disease and demographics. The need to accelerate access to new medicines and treatments, supporting and enabling innovation across the life cycle, from trial to tablet. The importance of putting patients at the heart of regulation and standard setting. And for the UK, this is exemplified in the outcomes of our recent independent medicines and medical devices safety review conducted by Baroness Cumberledge. To fulfil the ambitions of addressing some of these changes, the scientific community must collaborate across the system to deliver change that benefits patients. I have reproduced this graphic from a presentation given by a colleague in industry. What it clearly captures is that we have a wide range of tools we can apply to ensure the quality for a range of different types of medicine. As we move from left to right, we can see increasing material and product complexity, and where existing paradigms are a fit-for-purpose tool for control of medicine's quality. For example, for a small molecule medicine, that a finished product monograph is a fit-for-purpose tool to help ensure the quality of those products. As we move further to the right on that graphic, the complexity, potential variability and/or personalization of the medicines may increase. And where product quality is perhaps better supported through more flexible approaches, that are applicable across a class of medicines or applicable to a specific technology. This means that the pharmacopoeias can select from those types of approaches, be it an individual, a general monograph or a general chapter or guidance. They can select the best tool for the job. And the logic underpinning that graphic will become apparent in some of the examples I will touch on. So let us consider a couple of specific challenges and opportunities. Advanced therapy medicinal products cover cell, gene and tissue therapies, and they hold the promise of revolutionary and transformational health outcomes for patients for many diseases, including rare genetic disorders. In the UK, we are now seeing a sustained increase in phase 3 clinical trials for these medicines as they progress through the medicine's development life cycle and eventually entering the licensing process by the regulator. The control strategies around these types of products will differ from those in conventional manufacture and will reflect distributed systems of manufacture, localized manufacturing treatment, and are personalized by their very nature. In the UK, this is currently driving a consultation around some aspects of our regulation around point-of-care manufacture and how conventional quality concepts may need to evolve. We must ask ourselves what role pharmacopoeias and quality standards can play in ensuring the quality of such complex medicines. Clearly, these types of medicines sit to the far right of the graphic presented in my previous slide. In the BP, we have recognised the inherent complexity, variability and personalised nature of such medicines. And this is reflected by our decision to develop best practice guidance around quality aspects of these products in collaboration across the sector. This includes with SMEs, industry, big pharma, the UK's national healthcare system, as well as the UK's innovation ecosystem and the UK's cell and gene therapy catapult. And this focus is on best practice rather than specific or general monographs and the mandatory requirements they carry with them. In this model, standards are an enabler to those innovating in this sector by setting out clear and useful phase-appropriate advice and guidance. and importantly, guidance that has been aligned with regulatory colleagues within the MHRA. It is going to be important to understand the impact this new type or model for standards will have and the benefits that it can bring to stakeholders, and if there are potentially other areas of emerging medicine and technology where similar approaches could be appropriate. So reflecting back to the slide with the graphic looking at increasing complexity, we can see ATMPs sit to the right-hand side of that and need a different approach for what we would adopt, for example, for a small molecule finished product. Another area of importance for us to consider is advanced manufacturing, quality by design, and life cycle concepts. This encompasses the published ICH Q8, 9 and 10 guidelines and the implementation of ICH Q12 for life cycle management, enabling a quality by design approach based on product and process understanding and quality risk management, as well as additional guidance under development, including the ICH Q14 guideline for analytical procedure development, which is currently out for consultation, as well as the ICH Q13 guideline for continuous manufacture. These are all relevant to the work of the pharmacopoeias and ensuring the quality of medicines. In particular, how can pharmacopoeia guidance and standards support and enable the application of these ICH quality concepts by those in industry developing and manufacturing medicines? More specifically, if we consider ICH Q12 for lifecycle management, the newly developed ICH guidance in draft form for ICH Q14 analytical procedure development, as well as the existing ICH guidance Q2 for analytical procedure validation, which is subject to revision. What role can the pharmacopoeias and standard setting bodies play in adopting these enhanced approaches set out in these new or revised guidances? New approaches to analytical procedure development using concepts such as the analytical quality by design and analytical target profiles, ultimately using these tools to deliver improved and robust methods and the important impact that has on product quality and supply to patients and ultimately in their benefit. Within the BP, we have worked with a cross-sector group. This includes industry representatives, our national measurement laboratories, as well as assessors and inspectors from the MHRA, to explore the application of these concepts to analytical methods, and have recently published supportive guidance in the BP that will enable users to apply these tools themselves, so the concepts coming out of Q14, Q12 and Q2's revision. In addition to this, we've used a real-world case study for an assay procedure in a finished product monograph for a small molecule medicine. And in this case, for atorvastatin tablets, we will publish the first ever monograph to include analytical quality by design concepts in the BP 2023, which will publish in August of this year. And we aim to continue to develop this work, including through the use of analytical target profiles and potentially the flexible monographs this would ultimately enable as we see ICH Q14 move through the various stages at ICH. There are clearly a wide array of coming challenges and opportunities to our work on top of those that I've just outlined in the previous two examples. And there's a few more I'd like to highlight on this slide. Key within the UK at the moment is considering patient centricity, and how can we consider the patient view when we're developing standards, be that through prioritisation or engagement with patient groups. Is there a role for pharmacopoeias in setting standards for other types of new types of medicines, for example, digital therapeutics? And some interesting work has been published by colleagues in the USP in this space. mRNA vaccines have been an important component of the global response to the pandemic and COVID-19, and they offer tremendous promise for potential treatment of other diseases. What can we do as standard setters potentially to support the work and uptake and use of such medicines? Nanomedicines and the quality requirements for these types of medicines, the projected increase in drug-device combinations. Is there any wider role for pharmacopoeias and standard setters in ensuring the quality of these products? Increasingly personalised medicines. For example, we've already touched on ATMPs, but also areas like genomic medicine and how the pharmacopoeia model must evolve to reflect these changes. And digitalisation of manufacturing processes and systems, automation, robotics, and real-time data. The question to ask ourselves is there a role for pharmacopoeias in these areas? And if so, what should it be? Thinking back again to the earlier slide with the spectrum of complexity around medicines, be they chemical or biological. One theme that runs through everything I've talked about today, and that is intrinsic to our work, be it as a scientist, a regulator, a standard setter, or someone in the healthcare system, and that is collaboration. The challenges we face are complex and system-based. Only through collaboration with partners in the system at both national and international level will we be able to develop and implement the most appropriate and agile solutions to the challenges we face. This slide summarises and captures visually some of the key partners in the global pharmacopoeia family. The IPC and the BP, WHO and the International Pharmacopoeia, as well as important national pharmacopoeia including the USP, the Chinese Pharmacopoeia, and also supranational bodies such as the European Pharmacopoeia, of which the British Pharmacopoeia is also a member through its membership of the Council of Europe. We collaborate actively in a multilateral mechanism through bodies such as the IMWP, the International Meeting of World Pharmacopoeias Group, hosted and convened by the WHO, as well as through high-impact bilateral collaboration in a range of areas, be it co-development of documentary or physical standards, or the exploration of new concepts and models for the standardization of medicines. In my final slide, I wanted to reflect on the strong and enduring relationship between the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission and the British Pharmacopoeia Commission, which culminated in the agreement of a Memorandum of Understanding between our two peer pharmacopoeias in 2021. This Memorandum of Understanding opens up the opportunity to collaborate in many areas, to bring our scientists together, working to find solutions to the challenges and opportunities we face in science, medicine and technology, both today and in the future. And I very much look forward to the fruits of the collaboration between our scientists, building on the success of the past work we have done together. India is rightly called the pharmacy of the world, and we see through some of the data presented today the tremendous impact India has on healthcare and medicine across the world, and perhaps now more than ever playing an important role globally in ensuring that patients get the medicines they need when they need them, wherever they may be in the world, including within my own country, the United Kingdom. And the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission is a leading force for good in ensuring the quality of medicines for patients, not only in India, but elsewhere in the world. Today we celebrate the historic achievement of the publication of the IP 2022, and I wholeheartedly congratulate Dr. Rajiv and my IPC colleagues on the hard work I know they will have devoted to developing this new edition of the IP, and the important new standards that it contains that will help ensure the quality of quality of medicines taken by patients every day. I would like to conclude by thanking you all for listening to my presentation, and I look forward to the rest of today's discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your talk. Now the session is open for question and answer for 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, one and all. I'm Navneet Kumar from Air Liquid. Air Liquid is a world leader of industrial gases, including medical oxygen. So my question is related to monograph. So in the existing monograph, which was released in 2018, so there were some traditional and classical, like old methodologies were used for the testing of oxygen purity and the impurities. So now in the revisions, because now we are in the era of new instrumentation technologies, so pragmatic analyzers are in place, which gives the more accurate value and the live, the on-spot value within a very short span of time when it comes to the, purity of the oxygen and impurities. So were these taken into consideration into this revised IP 2022?
So, thank you a lot for the question. I would not be able to answer you in granularity that which method was using this monograph. That is one. Second, you have to appreciate one thing, that when we develop monograph addresses the need of everybody who is there in the business. So, the latest methods may be available, but as a system and as the way monographs are developed, we may not be able to use the latest methodologies available in world. In the existing monographs also, you will see that you will find lots of publications where the latest equipments are used, but the current monographs may not use those equipments. So we have to see specifically the monograph and the method which you are talking about. What I would recommend is you should actually engage with IPC. I don't know in past whether you have done that or not. And certainly whatever is the best possible, we will do that. Taking into consideration all the stakeholders who would be using that monograph. Right?
Thank you.
हेलो मैं तो राजस्थान जरा एक टाइप क्वेश्चन है जो एंटीबायोटिक है सर वो एंटीबायोटिक ऐसे अब एसपीएलसी से होने लगी ज़्यादा सर जबकि एंटीबायोटिक बैक्टीरिया से होना चाहिए हमने एक्टिविटी देखी है किल कर रही है या नहीं हो रही है सर एसपीएलसी से ये मेरा क्वेश्चन है सर एंटीबायोटिक के वो माइक्रोबायोलॉजी
You might also have been confused. So the question is that these antibiotic testing methods, the world is actually shifting from microbiological method to instrumental methods, right? But the gentleman thinks that since the antibiotics are there to kill the microbes, so the assay should actually be microbiological method rather than. So let me take a shot. So the point is, what your point you are raising is actually good, but you also have to understand in the process when any method is changed or upgraded. In this specific case, if the microbiological method is being changed to an instrumental method, a proper equivalency is established and then only you can change it. So unless until the stakeholders are not convinced that the instrumental method is as good or better than the existing microbiological method, the changes will not happen. So wherever the changes have happened, the equivalency would have been established and then only the changes would have happened. So what you are saying is right and you have raised the right question, but the way we do it is, the answer is the equivalency. We establish the equivalency between the two methods and then only the change. Right?
Thank you.
Anything more there?
Well, I completely agree with my colleague. We have done some work on this within the British Pharmacopoeia previously, and as you say, equivalency is key, and ensuring that any method that you transfer to, when you consider the validation criteria versus the original method. And I think to the previous question, I completely agree as well that there is always a balance to be struck in terms of how you bring innovative technology for testing into public quality standards, balancing accessibility for the widest constituency of users, whilst also supporting the use of innovative technology. And I think that's something we all endeavour to strike the best balance of. But I think the best way to help drive some of those changes is to engage with the pharmacopoeias, both in India and the UK, around looking at when the right time is to introduce those newer technologies.
I'm Dr. Narayana.
Hello.
I have one input to give to everybody who is into pharmacopoeial standards development, and a question to Dr. James. The input is, I have been active in pharmacopoeial commission's work as a working group member, internationally also. Into USP I have given lots of inputs. Over a period of time I am getting a feeling that pharmacopoeial standards are being used to also create a non-tariff trade barrier by introducing tests or limits that are probably, I'm using the word probably, not totally science-based, especially like impurities, degradation compounds, related substances, and certain other tests or methods of analysis, so that developing countries or other countries don't have the technology and they are being forced to meet those standards. So at a global level, when people like you discuss, I would recommend from Indian industry's behalf, please keep in mind what is scientifically acceptable should only become part of the standards, and not because some country wants to create an alter ego, high standard, and so I have very high levels. The second is more a question to both of you and to the audience here. While pharmaceuticals and drugs and vaccines and everything will continue to be present, there is a movement globally from illness-centric to wellness-centric. More and more consumers, more and more patients are moving towards use of supplements, nutraceuticals, food route to take care of their health, prevent them from getting. What's the view of British Pharmacopoeia Commission, or is BP looking into setting standards of quality for some of these ingredients that form supplements and nutraceuticals? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for two very interesting responses to the questions. I think on the first one, can you not hear me? Can you hear? Am I the right one? Or? Oh, is that one better? Okay, I'll use this one. So on the first question around ensuring that we only put in a standard, something that's actually required on an evidence or a scientific basis, that's absolutely the case. That's the driver. So I talked a lot about patients. So the driver for standards from the BP in the UK is around patient safety by ensuring acceptable medicines quality for those treatments, and it's aligned with our regulatory system. So where we have international guidance around ICH, the MHRA is aligned around that, and the BP then aligns around that as well. So if there is a marketing authorization in the UK, that very much will have to comply with the BP, but also informs the standards that are in the BP. And that's both a scientific endeavour through our independent groups, but also through input from the assessors within the MHRA. MHRA's role is there to protect patients. It has no role in relation to trade, and our absolute commitment is to patient safety. So I can guarantee from a UK perspective, the only driver for what goes into our standards is what will protect patients and nothing else. So hopefully that will reassure you from that perspective from the UK. On the second point in relation to food supplements, I think was a question on whether the BP would develop standards in that area. In the UK, regulation of food products and supplements is subject to a different government body called the Food Standards Agency. And within our legislation, the BP only has a remit around medicines and medical products. So there wouldn't be any intention at this time for the BP to develop standards for food supplements.
So when it comes to IP, we actually have created a new category in IP22 whereby we are bringing the raw materials of oils, fats, vitamins. So we are basically, the thinking is that we will control the quality of the raw materials which are used for development of these nutraceuticals and food products, and then subsequently they will be taken up by the manufacturers, which ultimately is controlled by another body, FSSAI. So we are not currently thinking of developing monographs for the end product, but certainly would contribute into controlling the quality of the input material. So that's the current thinking with Indian Pharmacopoeia.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. This is a question for Dr. James. Now, in British Pharmacopoeia, there are many monographs of sustained release formulations, and a dissolution profile is not provided. Just now in his talk, Dr. Raghuvanshi referred about the inclusion of dissolution profile. So could you please share some light on why a dissolution profile is not mentioned in British Pharmacopoeia? Thank you.
Sure, you can hear me, I think. So in monographs in the BP for prolonged release formulations, there's something called a production statement, which is a mandatory requirement and will refer to the need to include an approved test and specification for dissolution. The historical approach that we have taken in collaboration with the regulator MHRA has been that it was challenging to include a single dissolution test for what can be varied controlled release technologies used within those products, whether it's multi-layer tablets, the use of coatings and other complex and innovative technologies. So there have been challenges that we have investigated it and undertaken a number of projects to explore if there are types of analytical technology which would be able to offset the challenges of such differences in formulations, which somewhat differs to the case for a conventional immediate release product. That said, I think it's an area of continued importance for us to consider whether there are different ways of approaching prolonged release, controlled release products. And certainly we'd be very interested to hear the work that IPC will be doing in that area. And as I mentioned, we have a memorandum of understanding, so there is a vehicle for us to have scientific discussions and collaboration in that space potentially. So thank you very much for the question. I certainly think it's an area of important focus for all of us in the future.
Hello. My question is, as sir told that band-to-band medicinal products, means drugs, varies in dissolution. Suppose Dr. Reddy, Lupin and some other company, their dissolution profile is different, but how the doctor knows whose dissolution profile is the best? As you told that as the medicine is being changed, so this affects the patient. So how doctor knows whose dissolution profile is the best? First. And second thing, is there any IP guideline for this IV in vitro, in vivo correlations? What is the need of this bioequivalence study? Because if we pass in bioequivalence study during a licensing procedure, I am not going to use those excipients in each and every batches. Maybe the vendor varies, so bioequivalence varies. So ideally I should do bioequivalence study for each and every batches. How it is justified? First question. And second question is that the IP is using still this packed column in so many monographs, and our machine is not compatible with those packed column. And the reference impurities mentioned is very less, is 0.2, 0.1. That is not detectable by this packed column.
Any more questions?
No, ठीक है.
So can you identify yourself?
Myself, Dr. Avijit Podal from East India Pharmaceutical, Kolkata.
So thank you, very interesting questions. So the first one on bioequivalence, right? So unfortunately for you and fortunately for me, this question is very close to me because I have done 30 years the same subject. So when you do bioequivalence, you are saying that every batch should be done by equivalence. Why only one batch, right? That is one. Second, you are saying that the excipients may change from batch to batch. So I am little surprised to hear this. As a regulation, you are not supposed to change any excipient what has been approved in your product. If you are doing that, hold, I understand what you are going to say. You will say that you are talking about batch to batch of the excipient per se. So your specification setting and your vendor identification for supply of the excipient has to be so good that the variation, whatever you get, does not impact the end quality of the product. So it is equally your responsibility, more than vendor's responsibility, that you get the right material which you put in your product. That is one. Second, when you do, during the development and approval of the product, you do bioequivalence study, and then subsequently, if the expectation is that if your subsequent commercial batches meet the specification which has been set for the product, then all the batches will have to be bioequivalent to each other. And that is the reason why I was stressing when I was speaking that specification is so important. It is not just the number. The specification has direct impact and implication on quality of the product, where bioequivalence is the most important, and that is completely dependent on what kind of specification you are making, how wide your window of resolution you have put in, and whatever, if I give you say 10 plus minus 10% of resolution window, scientifically it has been proven that the variation which is allowed in bioequivalence study, the CI of 80 to 125%, that window is sufficient enough to cover the differences of batch to batch when it comes to excipient supply. So there is a scientific justification for having the right specification, testing the product every batch with the same specification, not changing the excipients, and setting right specification for your end product and the input material in a way that you have control on your product. Does that answer your question? Right? Okay. The second question. I'm coming to that. So, see, when any improvement happens in any system, you cannot do everything in one go. It's a journey, it's a process. So, as I showed, there are some 482 monographs where we have done one or the other changes. Whatever you are pointing out, you can actually write to us and tell us that what is your problem. We can take that monograph on priority, right? But as I said, changing all the monographs at the same time is technically and infrastructurally is difficult, right? So we are doing, and I'm sure in times to come we will change all of them where change is required. We would have upgraded all of them where changes are required. But it might take some time. If you have some urgency, if you have anything which is relevant to the whole manufacturing fraternity, you should actually write to us. We will certainly take it up. Right? Thank you.
Hello. Hi, I am Vinay Ulkande from Piramal Pharma Solution. As we are moving more to the instrumental analysis in the pharmacopoeia, and the instruments are the main contributor for the end result, what we are taking a decision on the batches. So is there any possibility to harmonize the methods of instrument calibration? Because there is every manufacturer, every the exporter is having their own the calibration methodology. And many of time when I used to go to the vendor audit or the contract manufacturer audit, everyone is having their own technology, and there are lot of gaps we have been observing. So is there any possibility to harmonize the method or guidance for each instrument which is like basis on the priority or the criticality that can be included in the pharmacopoeia?
So I actually, it's a good point, and you have raised the valid point. We will have to take it for our whatever process we have, and certainly if it is important, as you say, we have to think and we have to make some intervention from pharmacopoeial point of view. So that is my view, which is very generalist, but technically or at a granularity, if anybody in the audience or James, if you have any opinion, if somebody can contribute to the question. Yeah, BN, please. Mike दीजिए उनको.
So actually, if you see the calibration procedures, most of the procedures are standardized. If you see IP, USP, BP, I think majority, for example, if you see UV instrument, simple, FTIR, most of the things are well harmonized, except very few things. So based on, I think, like for most of the calibrations are harmonized today, except very few. Okay. For the major instruments I'm talking, like HPLC, GC, UV, IR, polarimeter, very standardized.
Few of them definitely having the harmonized approach, but like the HPLC or GC, which is very much critical, so there is no harmonization even in the any of the pharmacopoeia, and there is no method of analysis like which solvents, which parameter, which sensitivity, what is the acceptance criteria that is to be included or what is to be considered. So, and the currently most of the method which is determining the assay or impurity, that is on the HPLC or GC rather. So I mentioned that on basis of the priority we can take a call, and that need to be incorporated into the pharmacopoeia. That really going to help to the industry on that part.
So understood. I mean, it's an important point. We'll take it up for discussion. Again, as I have been requesting everybody, if you can write a couple of lines to Pharmacopoeia Commission, we will take it up for discussion, and if it is required, we'll certainly do intervention.
Thank you.
And also, Dr. Raj, is one of the gentlemen asked about the packed column methods, which are the GC methods, which are there in the Indian Pharmacopoeia. But always Pharmacopoeia gives a leverage of, equivalency. If you really establish your equivalency with capillary column, and you establish the equivalency and you can prove analytically, definitely if you use the scientifically sound, you can do it. But you need to demonstrate that, And you can write to Pharmacopoeia later, You can.
We have also issued an official letter, I think 3-4 months back, where we have clarified that if you have a method which is different from monograph method, you are completely free to use that method, but responsibility is on you to justify that why you are doing not the monograph one and using your own method. And regulators accept that. And lots of companies are doing it. So James, do you have any...
Sir, meantime. No, sir, myself, Dr. Brijesh from MSD Animal Health.
Just hold for a second. Let's hear what James is saying. Yeah.
Hello?
आवाज आ रही है इनकी?
Yeah, I think it's working now, sorry. I think it's a really interesting point around updating monographs and standards, and I applaud IPC on the tremendous progress they've made with that. I think there's always a balance to be struck between the pace of revising standards. Certainly in the regulatory system in the UK, The expectation is that as we update standards, that manufacturers update their own processes to align or demonstrate equivalency to them, which creates a work resource on those companies. So we need to balance ensuring standards are up to date without putting an excessive burden on those that use the standards in a very short period of time. So I think there is a careful balance. You want to revise things and improve them over time without overwhelming folks with so many changes to standards. That said, where you have standards that need to be revised, the important thing to consider is the prioritization of that. And that is where, as my colleague said, getting the input from stakeholders to pharmacopoeias to help us understand what are the really important standards that you think need to be updated, then those ones could be prioritized versus the complete collection that may need revising. So I would align with Dr. Rajiv's comments.
Thank you.
Animal health. So my definitely question is going to be the veterinary biologicals particularly. As we see that we are talking a lot about animal welfare and we are talking about One Health. There are vaccines which are more than a decade old and we are talking about target animal batch safety test. So I'd like to have your view and Dr. James' view on that.
So from pharmacopoeia, Indian pharmacopoeia side, as I told in the morning, the veterinary we have taken as a special project. In case of animal testing, you will be happy to know that we have created a dedicated expert committee with the members who are experts of alternate methods to animal testing, who have practical experiences in doing that. That committee has been created. The meetings, 2 meetings have already happened. So there is a effort which is going at the pharmacopoeia level to replace as many as possible. Lots of them have already been replaced also, and wherever now scope is left, we are in process of doing that. So we are actually collaborating with the international bodies like PETA and other ones who are actually driving this whole global initiative, and you will see lots of changes in time to come. That is on our agenda as things are happening.
Yes, sir.
Just to concur, so the UK and the BP would be aligned around the 3 Rs, so the replacement, reduction and refinement of animal testing, and we would work in collaboration with our partners, the European Pharmacopoeia, but also with the National Institute of Biological Standards and Control, which is also part of the MHRA and is one of the world's leading centres for standardisation of biological medicines.
Thank you, and I think the last question, because we are at the lunch
It's
time.
related to resolution, because as we all discussing about resolution prolonged release, sir. Because in US, I'm Rahul Gupta from USB, and prolonged release because MHRA, UK, Europe, and US, all the drugs are evaluated by FDA, and bioequivalence must to present, sir. In India also now with the new changes, all modified release and control release are coming under new drugs. So no one can launch the product unless the CDSC or SC committee is reviewing and approving it. So you have to prove that it is bioequivalent. There may be possibility that some of the product are not exactly following the resolution method, but you are prescribing or you are recommending in the monograph. And the same region, the USP, you can see that number of monographs, the number of resolution method has been prescribed or recommended because their number of RLD exist. And also the same thing happened as Dr. James just mentioned, that they have challenges because multiple people or multiple companies having multiple methods. So what kind of challenges you are going to face? Because there may be the people coming with the bioequivalence and you are saying because your drug is not meeting the monograph requirement. So we have to balance it out, and that is how the MHR has balanced it out. So are you going to say that if it is bioequivalent and method is slightly changing and regulator is accepting, that will be acceptable? Or you are saying you have to stick to the monograph even if your product is bioequivalent?
So, can I answer? Okay. So, the answer to your question is the flexible monograph policy, which IP has along, because the specifications in case of prolonged release cannot work without flexible monograph policy. So both of them strategically we have, and as a policy we have accepted. And what I mean by flexible monograph policy is what exactly you were saying, that for in the same monograph we will have multiple methods of dissolution testing. And the way you said that I might have a bioequivalent product but have a different method, if you demonstrate that, then we will take your method into the monograph also. So it becomes method 2. And you will have to put on the label that this has to be tested by method 2 of IP monograph. And to respond to you, I heard you are from US Vitamin, right? There are 23 different methods of metformin XR product in USP monograph. And the reason for all that is same, that all of them have demonstrated that their product is bioequivalent to innovator or the RLD, but the difference is because of the reasons of IP design around or whatever it could be. But since the product is bioequivalent, you should include my dissolution method also, and USP has done that. The same thing IP is also going to do it.
So I take it like if regulators are accepting that, then IP will also accept that, sir.
Sorry?
If regulators are accepting that method, you will also accept that and include in the monograph.
Oh yes, you have to demonstrate that your bioequivalence is there and your method is biorelevant.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My question pertains to dissolution as well. Certain products have different solvent buffers and different pharmacopoeias, like in IP and BP or USP, they may have different solvent buffers at different pHs. And a same product tested as per IP may give a lesser result when compared to tested as per USP. So how do you resolve this? Which one do you give priority? If your product is licensed as per IP, you're supposed to make sure it passes as per IP, but you get better results as per USP, then what do you do?
There is no definition of better in this case. On what someone else was also asking that, doctor, how does he know that which one is better dissolution? So there is nothing like better.
As in?
Meeting your quality is the end. And that quality is governed by monograph in a particular pharmacopoeia.
So
you cannot say that USP is better than IP or IP is better than BP or EP is better than
no, the pharmacopoeia.
Okay. So that is one. Differences are there. We know because we are working in that field. And the answer to this is the effort which PDG is doing on the harmonization of monographs among all the pharmacopoeias. It has started with excipient harmonization. A lot of, almost it has been done for excipients. When it comes to individual monograph, I think the process is on. It is on the agenda of all the pharmacopoeias. Till that happens, for you, if it is IP, you have to meet monograph of IP. If you have any issue, you can engage with the IPC to change that because of whatever reasons. It will go to stakeholder discussion and whatever comes out will be done. But you cannot say that X is better than Y.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I wasn't saying X is better than I was just saying my product looks to be better when done as per X.
You have to understand, there is nothing like if you meet USP, your product is better. You just have to meet IP if you are selling as IP. Simple.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for the positive participation in the question and answer session. So, as a token of appreciation, I request Dr. Jayaprakash, Senior Principal Scientific Officer, IPC, to kindly felicitate Dr. James Paul with a memento. Dr. D.B.A. Narayan, Scientific Expert, IPC, to felicitate Dr. Rajiv with a memento.
सर सामने आ गए सामने पीछे से बहुत लाइट पड़ती है दिखता ही नहीं मोमेंटो है क्या
you also come in the picture? No, please.
Thank you, sir. We would like to extend our gratitude to the speakers and the participants for kind cooperation for making the first technical session a big success. I request all the participants to visit IPC's stall to collect their participation certificate from the stall outside of the conference hall. The certificates are available from lunch break to till the completion of the conference. You can collect your certificate as per your convenience. Now, I would like to request all the guests to move towards foyer area, and I request volunteers to kindly assist them. We will resume over here at 2:20 p.m. We'll continue with other sessions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
technical session of the IPC 22 conference. This session is Indian Pharma Growth, Facilitating Regulations and Quality Expectations. We are honored to have Dr. Saranjeet Singh with us today. May I have the pleasure of inviting Professor Saranjeet Singh, sir, on the dais. Thank you, sir. He needs no introduction. He has been the ex-acting director, ex-dean, and ex-professor and head of the Department of Pharmaceutical Analysis of the National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Mohali, Punjab. Sir, thank you for joining us today. Sir has been the gold medalist from the University Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Punjab University, Chandigarh, from where he completed his B.Pharm, M.Pharm, and PhD degrees. He has over 40 years of experience in education and research. He has published more than 250 research papers, general articles, reviews, and book chapters. His team has executed more than 100 industry-sponsored projects. He has guided over 150 master's students and 15 PhD students. Professor Saranjeet Singh, he is a member of Expert Advisory Panel on the International Pharmacopoeia and Pharmaceutical Preparations and has been the temporary advisor to the World Health Organization in the Expert Committee on Specifications for Pharmaceutical Preparations. He has also been a member of the Scientific Committee of the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. Thank you, sir, for gracing the occasion. May I request Dr. Gaurav Pratap Singh to please felicitate Dr. Saranjeet Singh with a bouquet. We also have amongst us Dr. B.M. Rao, Head QA for Emerging Markets, CQC and ASAT, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, Hyderabad. Thank you, sir, for being with us today and being an active participant of the IPC Conference 2022. Dr. B.M. Rao is working as the Vice President and Head of Corporate Quality Control at Dr. Reddy's Laboratory, providing technical leadership to the quality control labs of both APIs and formulations. He possesses a PhD degree in chemistry and has about 31 years of pharmaceutical work experience in analytical R&D and quality control functions in reputed pharmaceutical companies, including Johnson & Johnson, Novartis, Zydus Cadila, Nicholas Pyramid, Wockhardt, Dr. Reddy's, and SOL Pharma. He has an extensive experience in conducting analytical method development, method validation, stability testings, CGMP testing, release for APIs and drug products, and possesses a sound knowledge, thorough understanding of data integrity and its importance. Thank you, sir, for gracing us the occasion, for gracing us here. May I now request Dr. Anil Teotia, IPC, to please felicitate Dr. B.M. Rao with a bouquet. This session is a star-studded session. We also have amongst us, and it's a pleasure to invite Dr. Viranchi Shah on the dais. Dr. Viranchi Shah is the National President of the Indian Drug Manufacturers Association. He has been working as the office bearer of the association for the last 12 years. And after taking charge as the national president, Dr. Shah has formed an emergency response team to ensure supply of essential drugs in the country amid ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Besides this, teams have also been appointed by him for digital initiative and innovation which will contribute to robust growth of the drug industry. Dr. Shah has published more than 15 research articles in national and international journals, and he has been awarded with more than 20 national awards. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. May I request Dr. Robin Kumar, IPC, to please felicitate Dr. Shah. It will be a pleasure to invite Dr. Kalevani, IPC, to please felicitate Dr. Shah with a bouquet. It's an honor and pleasure to invite Dr. V.G. Somani, Drug Controller General of India, on the dais. May I invite you, sir? Dr. V.G. Somani holds the position of Drug Controller General of India. He has been the chairman of WHO's member state mechanism of 194 countries on substandard and falsified medical products. Dr. Somani has been involved in developing various national regulatory guidelines on similar biologics, and his focus area are simplification of regulation and access to quality medical products through good regulatory practices and strengthening of drug regulatory system. Indeed, a very upcoming and important area. It's an honor to have you, sir, with us. May I request Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi ji, sir, to please felicitate him with a bouquet. With this, I open the stage to Dr. Saranjit, sir, to please take over and give us and share his introductory remarks. Thank you, sir.
Very good afternoon. I think it's a post-lunch session and I have to fill the energy into everyone. So I repeat, very good afternoon. Great. I'm really indebted to Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi for inviting me to say a few words with respect to Indian Pharmacopoeia and the event we have of the release of 9th edition of Indian Pharmacopoeia 2022, and be a part of the elite group over here on the stage. Thank you for that also, Dr. Rajiv, for making it possible for me to share dais with Dr. B.M. Rao, Dr. Somani, and our friend Dr. Shah. Friends, I have not brought any slides, not a lecture, but I really have to appreciate that the journey that Indian Pharmacopoeia had taken, maybe being the senior most today. I joined as a scientific committee member in 2005. At that time, when I was taken in as a scientific committee member, it was first time since 1996 that an exercise was done to create the push whole of the activity of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission in a structured manner. The 1996 Pharmacopoeia was known as people from the Indian Pharmacopoeia who are the old ones must be remembered, we used to call it as Iyer Pabrai Pharmacopoeia that way. Dr. R.S. Iyer, tribute to Dr. R.S. My standing over here is actually honor for them. Dr. R.S. and Dr. P.R. Pabrai, who have pushed and compiled the 1996 Pharmacopoeia. After that, there was a very, I will say, turbulent stage when Dr. G.N. Singh wanted to bring up and bring changes into the whole. That time, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission was very dormant. Indian Pharmacopoeia Laboratory was majorly functioning and doing routine testing job for the samples generated by DCGI office. I have seen that Dr. J.N. Singh's computer was thrown by the people, employees at that time, at the floor, because he wanted to bring in young blood and changes into the whole system, which government wanted at that time. So it was very turbulent times that we started, and towards 2009 that IPC was granted the autonomous status. Now the challenge was that in 1996 pharmacopoeia, previously also it was 1985, it was almost 10 years that we could publish the Indian pharmacopoeia. We decided in the scientific committee that this we have to bring in 2006, but somehow we had to take up a printer, which was a government-linked printing press. So in engaging that printing press to be ready for publication of Indian Pharmacopoeia, it took some time, so we could come out with Indian Pharmacopoeia only in 2007, that edition. Subsequently, it was decided, we worked on the mission statement of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, the vision statement, which Dr. Rajeev showed in the morning. So these are all that we decided and corrected and laid down that vision and mission statement. Then 2010, we said, okay, we presume 1996, 10 year 2006, and although it has been delayed by 1 year, we will publish in 2010. And at that time, you know that we were introducing HIV drugs. And we wanted to include, for the first time in the world, India was first to introduce HIV monographs in Indian Pharmacopoeia in 2010 or 2007-10 in that period. What I'm trying to say is the whole process of innovation started at that time to bring innovation in the Indian Pharmacopoeia. Salute to Dr. Nityanand, ex-director CDRI, who was the chairman of the scientific committee. All deep honors to him also, that we could really set a benchmark for all future persons in the hem of affairs in IPC, that the pharmacopoeia has to come compulsorily after 4 years. So you can see that 2010, 2014, 18. Now credit goes to Dr. Rajeev. Continuing with that legacy that we have 2022 published exactly after 4 years. I think we should reduce this period slowly, and maybe after 2 years, if we have lot of additions and deletions to be done. USP is coming out with addition every year today. Second thing is, what is the relevance of pharmacopoeia, our own country's pharmacopoeia? Maybe you are not looked into the data. There are 60 pharmacopoeia commissions all over the world. And 40 pharmacopoeias are there as of today, as per WHO data. What is the relevance of a country's pharmacopoeia? In the morning, Dr. Rajeev had given a presentation about it. What is the relevance of it? Let me tell you, I had a chance to visit Indonesia at one time. There was some scientific seminar. It was the Institute of Technology at Bandung. I went over there for a lecture on some impurities issues and other things. But I was told that the drug controller of Indonesia, Central, the laboratory head, they all want to meet you. I said, why? What is the reason that they want to meet me? I am an academic. I have come for a scientific lecture. No, they want to understand how come India has developed such a large pharmaceutical sector, while in Indonesia we could not go from beyond to 5 companies. Why it is that India could develop? Believe me, it was meant to be 1 hour show, 1 hour meeting. It went for 5 hours to really thrash out what is the reason of the strong and strength of Indian pharmaceutical sector. One of the reasons, I will not list long because I have reduced very small time to discuss with you, was the availability of our own Indian pharmacopoeia, which our friend indicated that we have somewhere in, Dr. James have indicated 1800 somewhere we started with. That whole journey Professor Harkishan Singh has already listed in his book, History of Indian Pharmacopoeias. The question comes over here is, why I said that Indian pharmacopoeia, because we had very simple standards to start with during that time. The major issue that came over here that I could understand why Indonesia could not develop their own industry was that they have taken a USP. He indicated that they did in somewhere in, I noted down from Dr. James, that 1962 they introduced their own pharmacopoeia. But was it their own pharmacopoeia? No. They took USP, translated into Senegalese language, and implemented to the industry. Now, at the start of the growth of country's industry, if you put the most stringent pharmacopoeia standard, it may not be that industry is able to cope up with those standards. That was my finding, which I told them that you had done wrong at the start, initial stage. USP is having its own long history of coming to a stage of standards. But when you are building up because all innovation is being done in US and other things, and there are innovative companies which contribute the monographs. So question comes over here is that what kind of, now we are looking forward to the standards that we are laying down in our own country pharmacopoeia. Is it that we have to copy other pharmacopoeias or we have to be innovative? Now this is what we did in the first initial meetings, how best we can do innovation in the pharmacopoeias. I give you one way how I contributed into the development of a monograph and improvement of a monograph. In our institute, we were doing the studies on anti-tuberculosis drugs. What we found, interestingly, was that ethambutol hydrochloride, we talk of TB as a global emergency. Ethambutol hydrochloride, my student told me, sir, it exists in 3 enantiomeric forms, stereomeric forms. It is RR, RS, and SS, RS, and RR. Biosynthetically, you can only generate a mixture either of RS and SS. You cannot generate RR because your starting material is taken like that. Now, SS form is the active form, RS form is the inactive form, and RR form is toxic. Fortunately, RR form toxic, we don't get into the synthesis. What we found, we did the screening of the products in Indian market. Believe me, 35% of Indian products, anti-TB fixed dose combinations or ethambutol single products, including dose supply, had complete 100% RS form of ethambutol hydrochloride. It means that the formulation that, now it was not known in any of the pharmacopoeias that there should be an impurity test or control test for the RS form. In 2000 itself, we developed a methodology for testing it, which was DSC based. Dr. R.S. Iyer was there, he said no. Mr. Sipai Malani, who was also very actively involved in Indian pharmacopoeia at that moment, he said, no, Sandeep, we need to develop a HPLC method. So now you will see that there are 2 methods. DSC methods, we develop a general chapter on DSC, using DSC method. Now what happens? Immediately we bring that requirement and control of RS ethambutol hydrochloride in the monograph in the IP in 2007 itself. It was the first time innovation done in Indian pharmacopoeia. And that standard now exists in European pharmacopoeia. Immediately next year they brought the in European pharmacopoeia. My question over here, what I want to appeal to you, my friends. India with such a large industry, with top 200 players, Dr. B.M. Rao comes from the best sector, Dr. Rajiv fortunately has taken, and this is the best decision the government of India has done to bring Dr. Rajiv into IPC. I think he deserves a clap, big clap from all of you. The reason is somebody who understands, who has worked in hand in the laboratory and understands and has under him, I am talking of 1 or 2 drugs, he might have handled hundreds and hundreds of drugs while working in Dr. Reddy's laboratories. He knows ins and outs of the issues which industry is facing with industry, with pharmacopoeial agency, with regulatory agency abroad, meeting their requirements. Now, upgradation of the quality standards, which we say over here, theme addressing medicine quality for future, I think nobody can do better than what Dr. Rajiv can do. Today you have heard him. He deserves all the appreciation that we need quality people at the helm of affairs. The second thing which I want to highlight, if we have to take India forward. I went to WHO office headquarters for my role as an expert and a temporary advisor in the expert committee. The first panel I saw while entering the gate, first time, it says, one drug, one quality. Believe me, I have sleepless nights till today. How world can create one drug, one quality? Is it possible, practically possible? Now it means one single pharmacopoeia in the world. One drug, one quality. Same cost. Where is availability and affordability going to go? So question comes over here is, if we have to have multiple pharmacopoeia, of course, harmonization. Harmonization has happened. PDG group we are talking today, it has happened, harmonization has happened. But believe me, not a single drug monograph has got harmonized. Only journal chapters and excipient monographs. Because culturally, there are cultural difference between what US people do, US organization does, what British does, what European does, what Indian does. That cultural barrier, to break that barrier is very difficult. And then affordability and availability. We have DPCO, we have industry fragmentation over here, we have our own issues to solve. Our fragmentation of industry goes from small scale to medium scale to large scale to Indian multinational to foreign multinational operating in India. So how we can think over having one standard applicable to all, and where the DPCO regime is there. So and our affordability is very, very different. I think in this hall, you may be all insured, but go outside the hall towards poor establishments in the hutments or wherever. Is there any person who is covered under an insurance per se? Now we have got Ayushman schemes and others. But where they were existing earlier. Now we have Mahalla clinics which are giving dispensing free medicine. We can have some price rationalization. Now government is talking of Jan Aushadhi schemes and supplying drugs at a very low cost. But question again comes of quality. In implementation, yes, these standards we are laying down, book heavy, as that Mr. Madhya said in the morning, the book becomes very heavy. We lay down the standards. What is implementation? So we are failing at the implementation stage. But believe me, my friends, what I want to say last thing, India has the best talent pool of experience and skilled manpower due to our large industry. We have handled so many drugs, both innovative new drugs and the old and established drugs. Now, question is, this manpower is helping change USP monograph after monograph. They are questioning that this test is not working this way, that way. I don't know, Dr. B.M. Rao must have brought hundreds of changes into the USP through his suggestions. And same is other company people. Cooperate with Indian Pharmacopoeia. What innovation you are doing in your laboratories should come into Indian Pharmacopoeia. What are you are developing for the first time, give standards and discuss with Indian Pharmacopoeia. We need, if we say our Indian Pharmacopoeia has got recognition, see here the difference is between recognition and adoption. Recognition doesn't mean adoption. Adoption is that you are going to take IP product as implemented IP, all IP products. We are getting recognition. Recognition means just if IP product comes, I will accept it. Okay, doesn't matter because it is complying to IP. Adoption and recognition. Should we go and really make effort for adoption of IP in rest of the countries, looking into the rationality? Now the question is rationality. My friend James really indicated about it. That, just a minute, let me check if I have written over there somewhere. Now question is, one drug, one quality, when I say, it is which quality? Optimum quality? Rational quality? Now, there was a talk and question put in today, just now, on impurity standard, which are becoming more stringent and stringent all the time. Today it is 0.1%. I tell you, in USP, many monographs have come where every requirement of impurity is controlled at 0.05%. And total impurity 0.5%. The question comes in with that stringency, can our industry, large industry, and we can supply drugs at affordable cost to our industry? Now, this is an issue. Other issue is, which is a very current issue. Current issue is that earlier, which has not happened, in a few years back, USP and US FDA, they were working independently. Because Dr. Somani is here, that's why I'm daring to talk about it. US FDA gets all dossiers for approval of new drugs. They have huge qualification data for impurities. They have whole of the data. Now the question comes over here is, IPC is a standard setting organization. There has to be a huge communication between Pharmacopoeia Compendial Standard Setting Agency and the regulatory agency. Now this is very, very important because huge amount of data comes to regulatory, bundles and bundles, and the room filled with that. But pharmacopoeia agencies may be setting the standards differently from what dossier approval has been done. Now this harmonization is more important, and now USP, US FDA are more interacting with each other. I don't know, British Pharmacopoeia, Dr. James can tell better, but we need to do it much better way. So, my friends, we have to keep strengthening our IP. There had been an effort done in the past when CEO of USP had been coming and pressuring. During my time, I have seen that. 3 times a year, he would come and sit in the Ministry of Health. Why don't you adopt USP? Why you need Indian Pharmacopoeia? This book is a hugely prestigious issue for India. And if we can bring, let us say 20% innovation, then rest of the pharmacopoeias, everybody will look into you for having that monographs. So with these words and just introductory remarks, I have my friends, esteemed friends, a light group over here who will throw further light on the title which we have set for this session, that Indian pharma growth, facilitating regulations and quality expectation, where there is a huge role of regulatory. So Dr. Vijay Somani will start talking about the regulatory affairs. Then our industry associate, Dr. Vinanchi Shah, is there to talk about Indian pharmacopoeia, how the association views towards the Indian pharmacopoeia. Then Dr. B.M. Rao to talk about how quality can be implemented in MSME sector to bring quality at par as close as we can bring one drug, one quality concept within India. I think that will be excellent. Thank you everybody for patience.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Vijay Somani, Drugs Controller General of India, CDSCO, for the presentation on overview of Indian drugs regulatory system updates. Welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Till such time some technical issues are set, I really like to thank Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi ji and Saranjit Singh ji, who has set the tone very well for growth of the quality products and the innovations into the quality. I hope this is connected. And what he said was, the most important thing which he said, that we get as a regulator bundles and bundles of data and how we can collaborate with the IPC. So I will start with my last slide first, because that was the most important suggestion. Really, during the phases of the development of the drug, starting from its test license, CMC data, preclinical studies, PK studies, and then phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and then to the marketing authorization studies. It goes through the series of standardization of the product, chemical standardization, physicochemical standardization, biological standardization, preclinical standardization. I hope I'm audible to all of you. And that data is certainly, when a same molecule is being developed, to large extent it is similar, but to an extent it is different also. So the collaboration in this regard with the IPC is extremely important of the regulator. And what do we do in that? So CDSCO and IPC collaborates for developments of the standards. So rest assured, we are there. Since we have not been a country where the innovative drugs are developed, and based on those innovative drugs, the monographs are made, which is the pattern. Just you named a few of the pharmacopoeias. Of course, there is one of the pharmacopoeia which we call as Japanese pharmacopoeia. That's very strange and different from other pharmacopoeias. Even James Pound is laughing. I had been to Japan for 6 times, isn't it? The meaning of white is totally different than what we consider white over here, isn't it? So anyway, we collaborate for making of the standards, monographs of the drugs, including biologicals, general chapters, and guidance document, further obtaining the basic raw materials for the preparing reference standards from various industrial sources or research sources or academic sources. So this collaboration is there. Unless this collaboration is there between IPC and regulators and industry, the overall growth which we are expecting into the quality and also affordability will not happen. So this is first point I wanted to assure the audiences. Now I will start with what I have come in my mind. The rest of the points are definitely there, which I will be touching. What a general consumer of any socio-economic country expects. A consumer wants a medicine. Whenever he is in a problem, he wants a doctor to diagnose that disease and a medicine for that disease. And that medicine should be accessible, affordable. Accessible itself means it should be affordable, it should be nearby available. It should not be like that, it is available in the dispensary which is 60 kilometers away and only one center is recognized by the government, or only for. So consumer is at heart of everything. He wants his sufferings to be alleviated, his or her suffering to be alleviated. Affordable access to affordable quality medicine is the basic thing on which, whether it is IPC, whether it is regulator, whether it is NLEM, whether it is DPCO, whether it is Ministry of Environment, whether it is Ministry of Consumer Affairs, whether it is Ministry of Commerce, they should work for. We are not here only for the sake of organizations. We are here to fulfill the needs of the customers. The real definition of quality is what, if you know? The real definition of quality is a customer satisfaction. You will find that it's very strange, but actually it is. See, the person from USP is nodding his head. I can see that. But I'm giving you my insight, which I have learned in last 25 years in this sector. For that, we need to develop a transparent mechanisms, that how drugs are developed, how standards are developed, how these regulations are developed, then how these standards and regulations, they are enforced, how they are perceived by the public, how the distribution chains are perceived by the public, how they are public includes the clientele like procurement agencies, doctor, and of course the consumers and the consumer organizations. And we have to ensure that we induce a trust in them by inducing a transparency, accountability, and predictability in our processes. When we say that, all of these are terms which can be, how can it be measured? You have to have some reference for that. If I have to talk in terms of IP, pharmacopoeias, what is the reference? People will say, what is the best in the world? Whether it is US, whether it is UK, BP, how they are doing. So, how the regulatory practices, standard making practices, I am not talking about standards per se, the practices, they are being followed, whether we as a country are following the same practices or not, which are predictable, which are transparent, or are we better than them or not? That's how people say. That's how people will compare. And that's where the need for international collaboration, convergence, and cooperation comes. Harmonization is a dream which should come true someday, because, you know, who should harmonize with whom is a big problem. A wife should harmonize with husband, or husband should harmonize with a wife. Then there is a China, Japan, UK, just came out of EU, isn't it? Then Russia, Ukraine. Now, I cannot name so many, you know. So, see, harmonization of the best practices, best suited to our aim of access to affordable and quality medicines, is called as a proper collaboration, convergence, and rational convergence. And that's why IP came into existence. Otherwise, we could have copied just USP, BP, or EP, or any NEP. And this innovation of IP, India's greatest discovery, I would say, is our Indian pharmacopoeia. And believe me, today in the morning, I told this to the minister also. Honorable Minister, Raju Raghuvanshi ji was there. Had there not been IP, you would not have been able to get these books at a cost which is just peanuts cost. It started when it was started selling. Initially it was free. When it started selling, it was hardly 800 rupees. Now it is hardly few thousand rupees. And that too is being offered on concession today. Same is with the standards. Same is with the impurity standards. They are available at a peanut cost. That's why our industry is able to, the need to make a rational standard suitable, which are having all elements of quality, safety, efficacy, need to have them affordable, need to have them accessible, was the basis of making a separate Indian pharmacopoeia. And then innovating it and converging it to meet the expectation of world and to meet the expectation of Indian consumers. That is what we call as a rationalization, convergence, or the dream word called as harmonization. That is definitely needed, because we have to move ahead in our path. We have to. So, CDSCO and IPC collaborates for Pharmacovigilance Program of India. This Pharmacovigilance Program of India, we owe a lot to IPC. Actually, it is a regulator's baby and regulator's responsibility. But regulators in numbers are so tied up, so busy, they didn't find the manpower and resources to do that. IPC came forward with a huge network and a program, and ministry has also decided to give this program to IPC, and IPC is doing the adverse reactions, monitoring, its collation, compilation, validation, signal review panels, its detections, and giving it to Uppsala Monitoring Center, and the things coming out of it, passing on to our public and physicians in the form of updation of the prescribing information or some warnings. And you can visit the IPC website, you can visit our CDSCO website. There are such 40 actions which has been taken. And that is also a great achievement, and we congratulate IPC for doing this great work. Then National Drug Regulatory Authority CDSCO has a mandate to conduct a post-marketing surveillance which include pharmacovigilance, which is being also supported by PBPI and IPC. CDSCO takes the regulatory decisions and actions on the basis of recommendations of Signal Review Panel, of which the CDSCO is a very active part, but sometimes we remain behind the curtain. We have to decide the priorities. If somebody else is there to do your job, you should not unnecessarily step in. And if he is doing so efficiently, so progressively, so that is, CDSCO also collaborates with IPC for promoting the use of IP. And CDSCO is a member of IPC governing bodies, steering committees, and Signal Review Panel. These are the most important bodies, in addition to various working groups which are for, say, some are for biological, some are for fixed dose combinations, some are for all those things. Now I will come back to what I was supposed to talk about. There has to be some context, no? So whatever I have to talk with a contextuality of what Dr. Saranjit Singh ji, the chair of this session, has said, that has been talked. As far as overview of drug regulation in India is concerned, the Ministry of Health is basically responsible for the regulations of the drugs, which includes the medical devices also and cosmetics also. There is another stream which is called as Ayush drugs, Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani. Now Savaripa and homeopathy is also there. Drug regulation is also being governed by many of the industries through some or other mechanisms. So Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizers for its price control and making the availability, Ministry of Science and Technology. What pointer I am showing here is not being shown. Just a minute. Anyway, so screen पे दिखाना. Yeah. Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizers, Ministry of Science and Technology, all biotechnological products, Department of Biotechnology, they help in funding also, research also, and doing some preclinical assessment where RCGM is there. Then Ministry of Commerce and Industry, which is responsible for Controller General of Patents for patent protections. Then environmental clearances are given by Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate. This is most important for the API industry, you must be knowing. And those who are from the industry must be knowing what it means, environmental clearance. It's one of the toughest job. Ministry of Ayush and Ministry of Consumer Affairs. These where the Ministry of Consumer Affairs has the department which is called a Bureau of Indian Standards. That is also a standard setting body, standard making body, and standard regulating body also for some of the cases. They make the standards for cosmetics, they make the standards for the systems, they make the standards for the medical devices. So drugs in our country, the way health is a state subject, drug falls into the concurrent list into our constitution, which is a state subject also and center subject also. When it comes to import, export, and the clinical trials, new drugs approval, it is a center subject. When it comes to the manufacturing, sales, distribution, overall monitoring, supply chain, it is a state subject. When it comes to the making of the rules, amendments, making of the guidelines, it is a center subject. And this act extends to whole of India, and it regulates import, manufacture, distribution, and whole product life cycle, the drugs including vaccines, biologicals, veterinary products, medical devices, cosmetics. And as I have told you, the implementing authorities, we are like a small European Union. But we have, despite being like a European Union, we have a single act that has to be followed by every state and union territory. Despite every state is having the individual state drug control and their machinery, their laboratories. This is for the information of the students and our foreign delegates. The act which governs is Drugs and Cosmetic Act, in which that what should be the standard, what should be the criteria for licensure, what should be the criteria for manufacturing, what should be the criteria for clinical trials, preclinical studies, what should be the criteria for approval of the drugs, how much of the data is required, and what is expected into the entire product life cycle is given into this Drugs and Cosmetic Act. And if it is followed, then it's good. If it is not followed, what to be done, that is also given in this. There are rules which under this Drugs and Cosmetic Act, because Act comes at the top, rules come below that, and below that comes the guidances. Anything which is in the rules and the Act, if it is not followed, it is criminally prosecutable in our country, except some of the few things. And rules gives all the things which are necessarily required how to do the things, basically a kind of a semi-guidelines. So there are drug rules, there are medical devices rule 2017, which are in harmony with IMDRF as per the international expectations, because they are made newly and they are being regulated in a phase-wise manner. Over the 5 years period of phase, we have made that we will be bringing it into the regulation. New drugs and clinical trial rules. These clinical trials and new drugs, this specifically new rules are made in 2019. They were being made for last 5 years, but they have been revised in 2019 so as to make doing research, doing clinical trials more systematically, more ethically, and more easily in a predictable and transparent manner, and also to make the drug approval process a transparent and predictable manner. Cosmetic rules, they have also been revised because cosmetics are more or less like a consumer product. The risk involved there is less. In the cosmetic also there are high risk, middle risk, and low risk products. Those which are directly applied to the skin and eyes, they become high risk, and those which are applied to the nails and they become the low risk. So accordingly the standards and regulations and the regulatory rigors of the approvals and the subsequent offences and penalties are made in that manner. Some of the things, CDSCO is the National Drug Authority established in 1966. It is headed by DCGI. Fortunately, I am the DCGI presently. And headquarter is at Delhi. There are 13 regional offices. We have 13 big regional offices where the inspectorate staff and various other staffs which do all the regulatory work of inspections, sampling, monitoring, prosecution, they, in addition to that, state staff are there. Which are useful for what? There are certain joint responsibilities like vaccines, blood products, stem cells, seras, large volume parenterals, which are critical in nature. All these critical medicines, their manufacturing and entire product life cycle is regulated jointly as far as manufacturing licensure is concerned. The rest of the approval, new drug approval lies with the central, but as far as this manufacturing is concerned, there is a joint responsibility, and for that purposes and some independent verifications, sampling, testing and enforcement, and also coordination with the states. So these 13 regional offices and 16 port offices, which is called as port of entries. Whatever is being imported, that is being checked for the quality, checked for the licensure, whether it has got the approval from the DCGI, and what approval was got, what was the shelf life given, what was the artwork given, that is being seen by this and more than 800 employees are there. So this is a very busy slide to show where all our offices are located. You can see that our major offices are at, in addition to headquarters at Delhi, the Ghaziabad, which caters to the North Zone, Chennai South Zone, Mumbai West Zone, Kolkata is for East Zone, then Hyderabad and Ahmedabad Zone. These are the new zones were created because Hyderabad and Ahmedabad, these AP, Telangana and Gujarat were having the hub of the manufacturing. So these two zones were created, and there are sub-zones at Bangalore, Varanasi, Jammu, Indore, Guwahati, all those things. And there are port offices, 16 port offices, and we have 7 laboratories. These laboratories are involved into the testing of the samples which are coming through the imports or which are coming through the fields or which we send as for the verifications of the new drug approval. As I have told you, central responsibilities are new drug clinical trial regulation, import regulations. State responsibilities are licensing for the manufacturing, monitoring quality, investigation, and joint responsibilities. You can see joint licensing with the states of the blood component, blood products, and various rDNA products. Recent amendments to the rules, these are the regulatory updates, and these are done with the intent to bring in simplicity, ease of doing business, handle the pandemic like response to COVID-19 pandemic, international collaborations, CDSCO and IPC collaborative efforts of PVPI. So major amendments to rule is Medical Device Rule 2017, New Drugs and Clinical Trial Rules 2019, and Cosmetic Rules. I will not go into the detail, but simply I would tell you these are made to bring in more harmonization with the world, more convergence with the world, ease of doing business, transparency, predictability, and to bring the digital system into the system so that entire application process become the online process. And there are timelines given into the rule for some of the important things, that within this timeline there will be approval or there will be deemed approval or something like that. The rules are amended on the basis of consultation with all stakeholders. Then they go to our scientific committees and drug technical advisory board following the good regulatory practices. Medical Device Rule 2017, this is on the basis of IMDRF, which is the major body guidelines, which used to be called as the GSTF earlier, where the risk-based classification is done, A, B, C, D. The low risk is called as A and the highest risk is called as D. The rigor of regulation is applied as per the risk the device poses to the patient. For example, tongue depressor or a simple thing like a wheelchair, that will be a low risk item. But when it comes to cardiac stents or the HIV, HBsAg diagnostic kit, these are very high risk products. So the regulatory rigor for its approval also, for its manufacturing also, and for the material-vigilance, which is a complementary term to the pharmacovigilance as far as medical devices is concerned, is very high in high risk and very low in the low risk devices. That is what is introduced in this, and for this we have set up a entirely new vertical where more than 700 people we are going to appoint and recruit, out of which presently government has agreed for some of the posts. 23 engineers have already been recruited as a medical device officers, because here there are many things, starting from plastics to metals to cement kind of thing. Anything is there. It is not a simple like either chemical molecule or a biological molecule, something like that. There are many things are involved into it. So new drugs and clinical trial rules. Here we have introduced the concept of deemed approval, pre-submission meeting, the definitions of orphan drugs, rare diseases, and how the approval, fast-track approval processes, expedited approval, which are called as, in some countries it is called as PRIME, in some countries it is called as Sakigake, in some countries it is called as breakthrough designation, and all those things. Some of our colleagues are over here. All those things are very meticulously studied and put into our regulatory system so that the innovation, whether it is a minor innovation or whether it is a hardcore first time innovation, everything should become easy and with a rider of quality, safety, efficacy. Then cosmetics rules are also, as I have told you, on the basis for us, with bringing more harmonization, they have been established. The steps taken for ease of doing business is e-governance through the Sugam portal and various online, we are going to make a single portal for entire country, which will be called as ONDLS, where online drug licensing system, where all states, you will get a single type of license, single type of certificate from all the states and union territory. That is a dream, and that is already operational. Some of the states have adopted it. Some of the states who are having their own system, they will be adopting it or they will be integrating with it in future, so that our consumer and international consumer and procurement agencies will feel confident about the India's transparency and their product and product approval processes. Chair, you can tell me if I am exceeding my time.
I am not monitoring. You please.
Okay. Any one of you is bored, you can tell me. I can finish there itself. Then establishment of public relation offices at our headquarter, at all our zonal offices and all our port offices. For what? Public relation offices, they are not just for, if somebody wants support for innovation, how the regulatory pathway should be there. If somebody's file is already applied and he is finding some problem, all these problems are solved in this public relation office. Anybody can approach them physically or by mail or through video conferencing also. This gives a little bit of more confidence to our industry and our consumers also can come over here. Many of the research scientists from the various research institutes have visited this public relation office and got benefited by that. Streamlining, providing prompt and predictable services to the stakeholders, streamlining of the regulatory with the global pharma ecosystem, and accelerating the regulatory approval by regulatory reliance. Many of the times we need not have to duplicate the thing, reinvent the wheel. If something which is acceptable to us, whether it is done by US or UK or anybody, we should not, or WHO, we should not shy away to accept that if it is acceptable to our socio-economic and our political strata and also to our public. So we have a concept of, at present, unilateral reliance on the good quality product, where we don't find any possibility of genetic or any kind of species difference. We give the approval on the basis of reliance, where the local clinical trial requirements are also waived many a times. And all the quality data which is generated outside, that is relied upon. And that has, this is a very busy slide, probably you can see or not. Snapshot of key regulatory activities in tackling the pandemic. We have tackled the pandemic throughout the life cycle, supporting the product innovation, facilitating submission, expediting market access, facilitating manufacturing, distribution and regulatory reliance. Expedited evaluation of clinical trial. I have 5 more minutes. I just wanted to talk for 3 minutes.
I was enjoying his lecture, not looking to the time.
Yeah. Anyway, so expedited evaluations. During the COVID time, it was very much necessary to bring out vaccines, diagnostics, immunodiagnostics, immunologicals, biologicals for tackling the COVID. Expedited review process, rolling review process, holding the subject expert committee meeting online. Every day we have 3 subject expert committee meetings during the COVID time. And that's how we could make 7 vaccines available in our country, and today there are 10 vaccine products available in our country, and we are surplus. We were, starting from the beginning, we were not dependent. And thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister and our Honorable Health Minister and entire government who has worked day and night and given all support and due independence to the regulator for making all these expedited pathways at that point of time. And all regulatory community and all the standard making communities helped us to serve the nation as if they are the soldiers standing at the borders. So to conducted consultation for the early scientific, then published notification for stockpiling of vaccines. That was the, manufacturing. While the trial is going on, somebody is doing a phase 3 trial, drug is not yet approved. So we have made a notification, you can make the vaccine, because to make one batch of vaccine, it requires 2 months. Even if the product is approved today, and if you don't have the stock, what will you do? So we have made a regulation where you can stockpile. So the day vaccine was approved in our country, at that time we had a 50 million doses available. Only because of this stockpiling regulation. So thereafter, then we have published a guidelines on how to develop the vaccines, what are the expectations of the efficacy, what are the expectations of safety, what are the expectations of CMC. During that COVID time, doorstep delivery of supply chain was also allowed. In addition, facilitating manufacturing and distribution, day-to-day intervention, because there were lockdowns everywhere, import was stopped, transportation was stopped, workers were running away, factories were closing down. So we had to do day-to-day interaction so that not only the COVID drugs, but the daily drugs which are required like insulin, paracetamol, there should not be shortage of that. Otherwise, there would have been a gross shortage if during the lockdown, all the state drug regulatory mechanism, central drug regulatory mechanism, government would not have facilitated to see that these factories keep running. The imports and the running of the factories and transportation is specifically for the medicine, there should not be shortage. All specifically for the sanitizers, for the oxygen, there was a lot of issues in addition to the normal drug. Many regulatory flexibilities were given, administrative orders were issued there. You can see it on the CDSA website. Regulatory participation in various international forums so that how to take the decisions in this time, because I personally used to attend all the meetings of WHO, ICMRA, UMC, so that what should be the sample size, what should be the endpoints, what should be the preclinical criteria for the vaccines or biotherapeutics or drugs like remdesivir approval. So these were many facilitatory steps which were taken. Regulatory reliance, as I told you, was also adopted as one of the method. And on the basis of that, now this is the key slide. You can take a photograph of it. You will not find it anywhere. What has been approved during this COVID time? You can see these are the, Covishield, Covaxin, Sputnik V, Moderna, Janssen vaccines, Zycode, Corbevax, Covavax, Sputnik Light, all on different platforms. 10 vaccines we have developed, they have undergone trials and it has been approved, except for the Janssen and the Moderna vaccine, which has never been made available over here, but that was approved on the basis of reliance. So 8 vaccines have undergone the trials, out of which 2 vaccines are totally indigenous. Other 2 vaccines, actually other 2 vaccines are partly technology transfer, which is Covishield and all those things. So as far as then, when it comes to the additional indications for the drugs like etolizumab, pegylated interferon alpha 2b from the Zydus, some of the people are there. Then the monoclonal antibodies combinations which were approved for some time, then there was pause for some time. These are also approved. Tocilizumab, these are the biotherapeutics, these are complicated molecules, and tocilizumab is approved for this additional indication, not only imported one, but it is being manufactured in India. This is a biosimilar monoclonal antibody. Remdesivir, favipiravir, 2-deoxy-D-glucose, which is for which the standards are developed by Indian Pharmacopoeia and they are put it into the practice. Baricitinib, molnupiravir, nitric oxide, Copac of nirmatrelvir and ritonavir, which is popularly called as Paxlovid. These are the drugs which are approved. And for diagnostic kits, you will not believe, on 23rd March when first lockdown was there, 23rd March 2020, there was not a single diagnostic kit in our country. Today we have 525 diagnostic kits manufacturer or supplier in our country. And 30% of it are local manufacturers. They have developed it. They have been validated through the clinical performance evaluations, through ICMR. And they are not only supplying to our country, they are supplying to outside world also. And that includes the antigen kits, antibody kits, rapid antigen test kits, and also RT-PCR kits. So these were the various things we usually do as a regulator, but behind the curtains you may not know it. Industry people know it very well. International collaboration, CDSU has signed memorandum of understanding and regular interactions with 11 regulatory authorities of the countries like USA, UK, MHRA, Japan, Russia, etc. MOU with other regulatory authorities, 13 countries are under discussion and they are going to be signed soon. And what are the memorandum of understanding? That to share the best regulatory practices, to share the information, to share the exchanges. On what? Medical devices regulation, GMP regulations, pharmacovigilance, regulation of biological products, active pharmaceutical ingredients, what regulations. Then recognition of Indian Pharmacopoeia is also sometimes a part of this MOU's discussions. Visit to pharmaceutical industry and training. Some of the countries do need that. Cooperation in multilateral fora and also any other areas of common interest. So these are through which we build bridges with various regulatory authorities so that our transparency, predictability and our product and their practices and our product both get the more and more credibility and acceptance. That is how we are doing a great deal of international collaboration with all the regulatory authorities. We are the member of ICMRA, SEPI Act Accelerator, Regulatory Vaccine Approval Group, where we give our opinions also World Health Organization. We are going to, depending on industry's preparedness, a part of PICS, but that is under lot of preparation. Simultaneously, we are a part of Global Harmonization Working Party. This is for the medical devices. Asian Harmonization Working Party, IMDRF, and we are going to become a member of IMDRF, APAC-MED, and also, as I have told you, I have been the chair of World Health Organization member state mechanism for 3 years and vice chair for before that as a 3 years, 6 years. All 194 countries regulator used to come there and they listen our voice very carefully. How India has been successful to make so much of affordable quality product accessible to not only their own population but to other population also. What is that? We say that if that is the motto, access to affordable and quality medicine product, if you make all your ecosystem in that manner, it is quite possible. And what is our collaboration with IPC? IPC is, I have already told you, is the real help for setting the standards and also running the PBPI program. I have that much of time only. Thank you very much.
Excellent presentation, Dr. Somani, and we will appreciate to believe that what you have said, that behind what is going on, sometimes it's not exposed to us.
So your voice is not audible.
think the discussion is going on at a very high level to expose to what is going on, both at the pharmacopoeia level, at the regulatory level, and now our industry friends also have to talk to you. This is a very important session to ensure within you that what India is doing is for patients' sake, and the whole effort that is going on. So, huge effort is going on, my friends. Before, I think, I would say, you should have another clap for Dr. Somani for doing excellent work. To see the quality officers we have, I think we should be proud of our own country and our systems. Over to you, I request you to take over, please start your presentation quickly, because we should not get late, because we have questions on the session and people have to catch their trains and flights.
Some of them are already catching.
So on the onset, let me thank Dr. Raghuvanshi for inviting IDMA as a part of this very august gathering. Sir, today is a very important day. We celebrate Rath Yatra in Gujarat. I think it's also celebrated in several other parts of the country. And typically in Rath Yatra, we have three chariots. You have Lord Jagannath, Lord Balabhadra, and Subhadraji. And I think we have three chariots of the pharmaceutical industry here today. We have the most important chariot in form of Dr. Somani and Dr. Koshia, the regulators, one representing the center and another representing the state. And the second chariot being Dr. Raghuvanshi and his team, who are setting the standards for all of us to adopt. And the third chariot being the industry that is trying to bring a sense to the whole ecosystem in trying to bring India to the global platform. And sir, probably you are a part of all the three chariots, sir.
You are part of everybody. And who is sitting in this chariot, do you know? In this chariot, the consumer is sitting.
So we are all working towards the common national goal, sir. I'll try to keep my presentation short because as I understand we are already running late of time, but I would briefly wanted to highlight how these three chariots have been running together for the last 75 years. From the day when we got independent to where we are today. From the day where we were an importer of medicines to the place where we are recognized as a global pharmacy. And I'll just briefly, try to throw light on each and every stage, how industry has evolved, at the same time, how pharmacopoeia had reacted. For example, in the infancy, the stage where most of the industry, there was a very little industrial activity happening in India, and most of the drugs were imported and a little traditional herbal medicines were manufactured. You could also see the Indian pharmacopoeia taking forward the traditional herbal monographs in it. One important change that came into India was the amendment to the Patents Act of 1970, and it happened in the early days. So I put this phase of early phase where the Patent Act was just changed, and we changed from the process patent, product patent to the process patent, and then there was suddenly this growth in the API manufacturing and the formulation manufacturing sector in India. The industrial hubs, especially in Gujarat, Maharashtra, Hyderabad, they have been evolving. And in those stages, you could see that the Indian pharmacopoeia, they saw addition of many drugs that were getting off-patented globally. And at the same time, the newer technologies like HPLC, GC, BET, they have started, the Indian pharmacopoeia also simultaneously started adopting. So to say that they have been growing hand in hand. And if you go to the further stage where, the Indian industry now started getting more mature, we started getting very stringent regulatory approvals, we started exploring the ROW markets, and there was this very important event that happened in South Africa which changed the face of this industry with respect to the HIV drugs. And if you can see, in the same period, we had the IP 1996 and its addendum where a lot of ARVs were introduced in the IP, a lot of anti-TB drugs were introduced, the new asthma drugs were introduced. All the things that are happening around in the industry, the same were simultaneously captured in the Indian pharmacopoeia. And that is where I say that they have been growing together. And then comes the current phase where we are into, which is the growth phase, where we saw that the industry established itself as the pharmacy of the world. We currently supply the essential medicines to almost every single country in the world. We are one of the most important suppliers to the regulated world, including the US and the EU and the UK. And if you collaborate the same with what happens to the Indian pharmacopoeia, we can say that a lot of monographs have been added to it in sync with what is happening in the world, the the molecules that recently got off patented. Some of the important things that Dr. Raghuvanshi highlighted today morning, first time in the world, things like Remdesivir and 2DC. We got the monographs of the FDCs that came into IP, because the reality was that there were a lot of FDCs being sold in India. We got the collaborations done between the Indian Pharmacopoeia and the other leading pharmacopoeias, including the EU, the UK, the USP. And Indian Pharmacopoeia getting recognition from the world. So I think both the Indian Pharmacopoeia and the Indian industry have grown together for all these years. And therefore, it is important for us to see how the three chariots, I'm not talking about the third chariot, which is the regulator, because we are specifically focusing on the Pharmacopoeia Commission, but how these three chariots can continue their path forward. And what would be fast forward, let's say 2047? The government has a very big vision for India at 2047. So what could be the path that we should all be charting forward for 2047? And these are some of the outcomes of a discussion group that we have at India at 2047. We believe that we have enough confidence in us that we are going to reach about 130 billion by 2030 as an industry. And we aspire to be a 500 billion plus by 2047. Currently, we are almost 20% in terms of the global off-patented market. We aspire to take at least 1/3 share by then. Today, we have a very little contribution in terms of the innovations and patents. Of course, very recently, the statistics says that the patents in India filed last year were very encouraging. So one of our goals could be, today we are capturing 20% of the global generics. How in the next 25 years could we capture at least 1/5 of the global innovations? So these are, how can we create at least one company in India which could be on the top 10 in the world? Not only in generics, in the overall landscape. How can we have at least one pharmacy college or university in India teaching pharmacy that could be among the top 10 in the world? So these are some of the things that we aim at, and we are confident that with the proper efforts, this is where we can reach. There are a lot of tailwinds that we have. We are supporting the industry to reach there. Important being on the domestic front, the Ayushman Bharat and the Jan Aushadhi, two very important schemes of the government of India. The current government wants to make medications affordable and accessible to all, and this initiative actually increases the penetration of the Western medicines into the global, into the rural India, which actually makes the apple bigger. The pie will become bigger for all of us to exploit it or utilize it for the growth. There is an increased household income in India. A lot of products, I'm told some 200 billion plus products are getting off-patented globally in the next 5 to 10 years. The API industry, a lot of disruptions had happened in the last 2-3 years, and the PLIs that have come up, we are trying to build our API industry. We are trying to build the supply chain stronger so that we can continue to play a very important role as the global pharmacy. That is going to bring a lot of opportunities for all of us. The exports are growing, and they will continue to grow. The world trusts India, and if we play it well, we could well reach from number 3 to number 1, we hope, by 2047. There is a focus from illness to wellness, so we have a lot of focus now on the preventive medicine in the health part, which is also going to drive a lot of products in the market. Technology-driven growth is also likely to come, because we have recently had 100 telemedicine centers coming up in India. Government is again trying to use telemedicines and IT platforms to reach out to more people. And of course, the shift now, we are expecting a research link scheme to help innovation in India. A lot of other concentrated efforts are being done. So we hope that the R&D the new drug delivery systems, the new chemical entities, a lot of development will happen in the next 25 years. So with this in mind, sir, what could be the way forward of this unison between the industry and the IPC? What good things we can do, sir? I think IPC and industry, we have to work cohesively, and a collaborative approach has to be there to achieve the vision that we have all set for us. We can organize the industry IPC workshops and conventions. So we have at IDMA Pharmaceutical Analyst Convention, the PAC, that showcases a lot of good things that are done on the analytical part. We can become a part of the interactive meetings between the various stakeholders, especially the IPC and the drug regulator. We have 8 state boards. We have a lot of inroads in all the important manufacturing hubs in India. So how we could exploit that strength that we have as IDMA in bringing the IPC, the regulators close to the industry. We can organize gatherings and interactions with the industry that could help take this message forward. We could create a IPC IDMA workshop addressing important steps for the upkeep of quality and for implementing the latest and the state-of-the-art technologies and techniques in the analytical space. We can have a collaborative approach in evaluating the suggestions that come from the industry. IDMA can also contribute to provide reliable sources for the candidate materials for the preparation of the IPRS, which is very close to your heart, and you've done wonderful in that. And probably IDMA could contribute in that. We can also contribute in having some technical inputs or some resources in terms of experts on the various committees that IPC has. One of the goals could be including at least 25 important fixed dose combinations, because that's the reality of today. There are a lot of fixed dose combinations available in the market, and could we identify the 25 important fixed dose combinations in the market and work together to set standards for them, because that is one of the gray areas that exists. Since we are anticipating a good growth, the volumes are likely to multiply manifolds. The industry will require to focus itself in automated technologies. So, we will have to have our analytical technologies which are automated, which are fast, which are IT driven. They have, they have faster analytical techniques. And in doing this, there are, distinct advantages. First, we bring transparency in the analytical work that we do. So the auditor or a regulator, whenever he visits, he has more confidence on what is being done in the laboratory. At the same time, when we are handling such a big load of work, if you have IT-driven technologies on the analytical part, the documentation requirements goes, because a lot of things are auto-populated, auto-documented. And one of the very recent examples is the rapid microbiology that you introduced. It brings down the time that is required to bring your product to the market. So it's a win-win. And how we can, as IDMA and IPC, work together in developing these kind of technologies, in taking the practices from the world, Indianizing them, because I'm sure we cannot just bring them to India as such, but how do we put them in the right context which is useful for the Indian industry, in the Indian context, and how we can do that too. And also some herbal products. There are a lot of interest in herbal products. So how we can bring increase our monographs for the herbal products, which are also going to play a very important role, especially in the preventive segment and the wellness segment. So there are a lot of other things that we can do. The aim should be that we should try to make Indian pharmacopoeia emerge as the Asian pharmacopoeia, or at least the pharmacopoeia for the developing world. And how we can integrate the entire thing in and around the national goals that we have of affordability, accessibility and availability of quality drugs. So how can integrate the entire effort towards that? That I think could make a lot of difference in how easily we can reach the Vision 2047. And just to close, there was one example that I quote many times of Mahabharata, where we had the Kauravas and Pandavas, and if you compare the both, I think when there was a time to split Krishna from his Sena, Duryodhan selected the Sena and Arjun selected Krishna. It is said that the power of the Kauravas was at least 100 times mightier than the power of Pandavas. And yet we know that Pandavas won. So despite limitations of resources, how we could achieve what we want to do. And the greatest example came in their closing meetings, when usually at the day end, when the Kauravas and Pandavas used to have their war room meetings, when there was a meeting, everybody agreed. And the Kauravas would always agree to what Duryodhan said, and they would agree. But when they went into the field, the chariots were running in different directions. As compared to Pandavas, where probably they had a lot of debates like this, and people would agree, people may not agree on things, but when they converged upon a certain idea or a principle, they went all out in the same direction. And I think that focus makes a lot of difference. So how the three chariots can focus on the common goal and reach where we all want to reach. So thank you, sir, once again for having us today.
Okay, I will say that it is admiring for Dr. Shah to bring out open offer to IPC for more collaborative efforts. One thing which I liked very much out of his presentation was, I was looking into Medicine Science Frontier slide somewhere, MSF, which said, do not shut the pharmacy of the world. Any effort to kill Indian industry means shutting down the pharmacy of the world. I think similar word that he has used, pharmacopoeia of the developing world. So let Indian pharmacopoeia be at least in general pharmacopoeia of the developing world. This is what we have initiated into the core. It's a very important program that Indian pharmacopoeia, at least as of now today, the next 10 we'll see how to the leader in the world. Thank you so much.
And the part of the guys with the like Dr. V. Somani, Professor Ravi Singh and Dr. Shah. And I'd like to thank Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi for inviting me here.
And giving me this great opportunity. And in fact, I am very proud that I worked on 2-deoxyglucose analytical method development in 2006. And now my method is in the IP. So I am very glad to be, share that and. So this is the very, actually very briefly I am going to talk about, because Dr. Reddy's, we are working with almost more than 75, small scale and medium scale contract manufacturing units. So, Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi told me how you make sure that, there is a, quality standards are maintained at external manufacturing units. So as Dr. V.G. Somani said, I think the most important is the customer satisfaction. Then customer satisfaction, and another important dimension is the patient safety, because we make medicines keeping in view of a patient safety, and any substantiated quality pharmaceutical product can have a significant impact on the patient health, and adverse health effects it will have lack of efficacy. Because this is the classic example, because when we take a lot of pride in our vaccines, like when we have taken vaccines, we are all safe. Today we are here because our vaccines are safe, right? So safety is the most important, and to ensure the minimum quality standards, even our Schedule M of Indian Pharmacopoeia and suggesting to follow Six Sigma quality model is suggested. And in this, I think there are 6 pillars to quality. One is the facilities and equipment systems, material system, production system. We have packaging and labeling system. Most important, the laboratory controls, then quality management system. I'll just briefly touch upon, generally when we go to the external manufacturing units, what are some challenges we'll see, and what are the suggested, solutions to that. I think for quality, I suggest to have a traffic signal approach to follow. Whenever we sense that the things are not happening as per the minimum quality standard, we must stop. Stop when you do not meet the standard, address it, correct it, proceed, then go. This is the ethical responsibility, we all feel. Then in terms of the facility and utilities, the expectation is the design of the facility and utilities should be fit for purpose, keeping up the facility all the time, qualification and maintenance. And some of the challenges, what could we see is facility is not designed properly. There is a contamination and cross-contamination risks, shade rooms, multi-product block, material and man movement. Then we have pressure differentials are not adequate to mitigate the cross-contamination risks, poor maintenance of the facility, inadequate maintenance of the utilities. And as mitigation suggested plans to mitigate these risks, challenges are facility to be designed appropriately. For example, uniflow arrangement for material and man movement, implementation of adequate pest control measures, checklist-based review for facility upkeeping, identifying risk proactively and addressing such areas in a timely basis. Then for equipment, I think right equipment with user requirement specification and proper qualification of the equipment, adequate cleaning and maintenance program, this is very, very critical. And some of the challenges what we could see is equipment with a desired capability, with critical process parameters like temperature, RPM, etc. Cleaning of the equipment found inadequate, because we do get a lot of observations with respect to the cleaning when we have any inspections. And rust parts, discoloration of the product contact areas, these are some of the challenges. And there are some mitigation plan suggested in this slide. Then material movement, I think it is suggested to use always the materials from the approved vendors. Morning, Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi touched upon that. And assessment of alternative vendors, because during the pandemic time in the API, we used to get a lot of struggle to get the materials imported from the China. We are dependent heavily on them. So it is important to have an alternative vendor all the time so that we are ready for any adverse issues. Then material segregation and inventory, which is very, very critical. Then challenges, material movement from unapproved vendors leads to inconsistency in the product quality, inadequate assessment while doing the assessment of alternative vendor development, which has an impact on the product quality, different impurity profile and dissolution pattern. Material traceability found deficient due to improper material segregation and inventory. And production system, again the expectations are validated process, keeping critical process parameters and critical quality attributes in place, well-established process controls, technology transfers, risk assessment based approaches. And we do see some challenges here in terms of the production systems like process, equipment, facility feasibility assessment not performed properly. We have challenges with respect to maintaining proper humidity, light, temperature for handling temperature sensitive products, and lack of risk assessment, manufacturing capability, especially for when we are manufacturing bilayer tablet extended release formulations. So some mitigation plans are suggested here. Then packaging labeling, I think validated packaging process is critical. Well-established mechanism for detectability of defects in the blister. Area controls are very, very critical to avoid cross-contamination and contamination controls. Then some of the challenges, mix-up, commingling complaints, less count, empty pocket blisters we see, defective tablets, foreign metal in the packed goods. And to mitigate this, what I suggest is we need to have well-established line clearance system, then NFD, no-fill detection, automatic weigh checker, and well-trained personnel. Then laboratory controls, my favorite area. Many challenges like we have QC procedures, methods, expectations to have a good quality control procedures, because in India we do a lot of good work in terms of development and validation, but we don't put everything in procedure very clearly. And training, very, very important training and qualification of the QC analysts, documentation, turnaround time and productivity, and last but important is the investigations. Today, even FDA or any other regulator are very much high focus area is the investigations. When we do any invalid OS, the expectation from the regulators are very high on the how we are invalidating when we are releasing these batches to the market. And data integrity, I think most critical. I think I am sure that many companies have come out with their own policies on the data integrity. And even in our company, we have a very clear policy, strict controls on data integrity. We follow Alcoa Plus principles, training to employee and commitment from senior management, escalation matrix. My colleague Alok is here, who is the Chief Quality Officer from Syngene. He was mentioning that even if, as an analyst, if I take a weight and write on a tissue paper and later I enter the weight into laboratory notebook, that is also data integrity. Because I am not supposed to do that. I have to enter my weight spontaneously at the same time when I do the activity. So that is the expectation from the GMP. And I think one of the concerns what we have seen is the quality culture. I think this is very, very critical to avoid the data integrity issues. It could be due to intentional or unintentional, but it will give a lot of damage to the organization. And senior management commitment for quality transformation is very, very critical. Training and Gemba works by site leadership, because we are encouraging all the time leadership will move into the shop floor, quality control labs, make sure that things are going in the right direction. Then intentional DA issues to be addressed in appropriate manner, because in our company we have a policy, if anybody DA issue is intentional, it will lead to termination of the employment. And some common issues, batch record. I think some of the common issues for breach of data integrity, batch records, original data is removed and new data is added on old date. Samples, container in warehouse labeled as sampled, but the seal is intact. Microbiology, growth on the environmental monitoring plates was observed but recorded as no growth. And records, pre-post dating of records, out of specification, retesting without justification, resampling without establishing any errors, sampling error or any obvious error. And electronic records, audit trail function disabled, sharing passwords, group login, no defined access levels. Even Dr. Shah just mentioned that I think it is very, very important that we have implemented LIMS in most of our units, including our domestic manufacturing units. We have fully implemented LIMS, completely removed the manual notebooks. The moment analyst entered the weight on the balance, it will automatically go into the HPLC. Then we'll have also the audit trail fully enabled in HPLC, then custom field calculation. No calculations manual, everything will come. The moment sequence is finished, when we process the data, we'll get all the, what is the mg per tablet in the content. That level of improvements we have done in last 4 years. And QMS, I think well-established procedures, training to personnel, documentation controls, batch releases, investigations I talked about, then handling of quality notifications, and quality oversights. That is, we have completely internal audits, on a regular frequency. Then some of the mitigation plans for the, to manage the quality management system. That's what, my presentation. Quality is remembered long after the price is forgotten. Thank you.
Friends, thank you so much, Dr. B.M. Rao. And I will just say on his presentation, one of my students, he came to get admission to NIPER, and because we have all India test, and his father came along. His father was in a dress of a laborer. And I asked him, why you have not dressed up your father? You have come to Premier Institute of the country. He says he's a laborer, construction laborer. So I could not help him change that dress. So this boy today has 40 CR company established in Hyderabad. I asked him one day, I was preparing some lecture on entrepreneurship and startup. So I asked him, is your company a startup? Will you call your company a startup? He says, sir, please give me a blessing that I come as big as Dr. Reddy's. Now the question is, sure, 100 blessings are to him. But I'm trying to say Dr. B.M. Rao has just given a very small, limited exposure to what big, large companies of today are meeting the international norms. And I tell you, and my own experience, today my son is running India's largest ambulance service. Within 5 years, his company has grown to 600 CR. Just for the sake that he's bringing best of quality systems. If you want to grow MSME sector, there's no other way than to looking into and establishing quality systems and establishing quality of the product. You can only take India forward if each of you determine that we will do and produce things and products of quality for the sake of patient. Patient is same everywhere. That's why the slogan was where I started, one drug, one quality. Because patient is same everywhere. So my friends, it was a wonderful session. Rajiv, should we take panel discussion together or question answer session should I take for this session now? What do you suggest, quickly? Okay, now the question is myself, I am here, you are here for a timing or you have to push? Okay, you are here. Okay. Okay, any quick 2-3 questions to our worthy DCGI, Dr. Somani, very quick questions today, which are very relevant to what he presented with respect to regulatory system. They are now progressing forward to strengthen it to meet international requirements. But my request is, be specific in your questions, very please.
Good afternoon all. My name is Pradeep Khare and I am heading one of the platform Assumes Drugs Hyderabad. So my question to all of you, since we are talking about the quality and affordable medicine, yes, I highly appreciate it, but the thing is, nobody talks about how to go ahead with the drugs for affordable. Since we are going for drugs day by day towards very challenging competitive world in terms of regulatory compliance. So in that terms, cost of medicine is quite high. So the single pharmacopoeia talks about how to go at this, what we call affordable medicine. Since I am taking care of the scientific part, so I'm going to give the 3 examples. And definitely Indian pharmacopoeia help regarding the guide to industry also. A very example why we not releasing any general chapter guidance of reduced testing is one part. Second, retesting, why it cannot be for 2 years instead of 1 year. It's question to Mr. Rao also. And apart from it, everybody knows who is working in industry, the microbalances having the capacity of, this is just one example. There are a number of examples I'm going to digital limitations is 0.00 to 0.01 MB, but this USP General Chapter 41 allows us to take 2 MB. So if I am going to take 2 MB in pure domain for uniform qualitative analysis, the cost of analysis is too high. So I request like Indian Pharmacopoeia to give or release one what we call kind of problem can be shut down and cost of analysis should be less and we should meet the regulatory expectation also. So
okay, okay. Please answer if you wish to.
What he is saying is basically more guidance from the general chapter. Well received.
Right, sir.
Rajiv, why don't you come over here? Rajiv, come over here. Come over here. Have a seat. I can stand easily. Come over because some questions are directly related to your Pharmacopoeia Commission and your activity. Please. पीछे से ऑन करो.
This is audible. So your first question on the bringing reduced testing general chapter.
Correct.
I personally like this idea and I've heard for the first time. We'll certainly look into it because that is very relevant.
Correct.
Second, when you talk of affordable medicine, right?
Yeah. So it is related to, since it is more related to analytical part.
Okay, so you have to first understand the definition of affordability. Affordability is not free, right? Somebody can say that most affordable is giving free, but that is not possible. Affordability is how you can make to maximum number of patients and people who are using the medicine within their reach. And there will be a section of society where that definition may not fit, and there comes the other facilitating activities like insurance is there, or government support is there, and similar other things, which take care of that part of society. So never confuse affordability with cheapness. So that is from where I come and my understanding of affordability.
Sir, I am not able to make my understand my question understandable to you. Mr. Rao is able to understand. Sir,
Yes,
why I
Dr.
am
Rao.
saying this question, a very specific question. There are two general chapters of USP, which chapter 41 and
Okay, my friend, we will take your question later, little bit later, but that any question, Dr. Somani at this moment, because he has to leave.
But the points, very granular points which you do want to raise, we can certainly discuss and come out with a solution. Right? So those things are minor. I don't think there should be issue.
You can communicate individually. Anyone else, please?
Just one point I would like to make. Your idea of reduced testing is very good, but that certainly goes with the overall quality management system.
Keep all the mics on.
If you have a track records of a very high level of validations, high level of maintenance of quality management system, then that reduced testing can be applicable. That is a simple guidance on that. And that is how it is, and that too for the initial stages of the product. Sometimes, of course, if you have started with the operational space, design space, you have developed your product in a manner which is quality by design, isn't it? And you have run it for a long time. You have a right to ask for a reduced testing. And you don't need a guidance. Already there is a guidance on that. If we want a guidance, we can make that. So this is a general understanding which I want to spread.
Sure, please. And yes, please.
So you have covered amendments for new clinical trials rules, medical devices rules, cosmetic rules. But recently in 2018, amendment for new schedule M is also released. So what is the status of new schedule M? Whether are we following within the current licenses, renewal licenses, or it is not effective yet for the industry?
You are from academics or industry?
No, industry.
Okay, anyway, then it is a surprise for me that still you don't know that it is not yet finalized.
Yeah, it is not.
So that is the status.
Yeah.
Because it is a consultative mechanism and there are many suggestions and many comments have come from the people. So it will be finalized when all those comments are included, because some of the things are to delete something, some of the things are to modify something, and some of the things are to include something. So it will be finalized soon.
Yeah. No, during the amendment it was written that it is October 2021 is the date or something. That's why I am.
Okay. No problem. The final word is it is yet to be finalized.
I promise that our authorities, the chairs, are all deeply into stakeholder consultation and making rules, whether standards, they are into stakeholder consultation. So this will be strengthened further. I promise you that it will be strengthened further.
Hi, myself Vinay Rukunde. I am from Piramal Pharma Solutions. I have just one question to Somani sir. That when we are going to be a permanent member of ICH, first, because we are observer, and we are not permanent member of that. And secondly, is there any possibility that we will mandate the regulations like for the data integrity or Part 11, what the USP or the European countries have already established? And because that is playing an important role in delivering the quality medicines in the Indian market. And many of the competitors is not having that, and they are made cost effective because of that. And there are industries like DRL and other multinationals who's aware of that, and their costing is much more higher than that competitor. So is there any chance that we are going to mandate the thing in the upcoming years?
I got confused with your question.
Okay.
Though you are asking whether when we are going to become a member of ICH and whether we are bringing the regulation on data integrity. And lastly, you said that is making medicine expensive.
Yes.
So you want it or you don't want it?
We want it because, see, the competitor does not have because it is not mandated.
Like that, it's like an, it is not there, it is not required.
Now, do you feel that we become a member and implement all ICH guidelines totality adopt in India and do that, you will be able to survive, you tell me?
Yes.
Do we have, every company can stand up that? Do you? Are you convinced? Now, are you convinced? Okay.
Yeah, because what happens?
Point taken, but let it is a process because WHO also has been an observer to ICH. It is not necessary to become a member of ICH, in my opinion. But DCGI has, now we have reached a stage due to these efforts to become an observer. In due course, we'll go for membership also.
Frankly speaking, you know, our standards, our regulations should be recognized irrespective of anybody's membership. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that is the ultimate aim.
Why do you need anybody's stamp? Why should you need anybody's stamp? That should be the first. Otherwise, there is, of course, first point is we are observer, means we are going to become a member of ICH. People feel more confident because it's already established brand. You have to adopt the 3 guidelines first, basically the GMP guidelines, the stability guideline and the BCP guideline. And if all those MSMEs are able to and all others are able to, for me to make a regulation, I can make the best of the regulation. But ultimately, who has to follow it? Our industry has to follow it. So, industry has to be ready for that. Government also has to be ready for that. So our readiness and preparedness for that training, strengthening and funding mechanisms are being developed by the government for all the manufacturers so that we can actually become the members and also establish our own brand.
I think we can have a full day discussion on this. It's a very tricky issue what you have raised. It's not so simple. He is very correct on that. Let others invite us to be a member. My perspective will be that we don't apply to be a member. Let others invite us because of our strengths. Let us reach that stage. I think that explains that. Done. So.
And the schedule L1, you must have seen there are some elements of data integrity already there. We will elaborate it in the future as per the needs are there. Thank you. You know only one industry. I know 8,000 industries.
It's a very different. Okay, I think we should stop over here. We are already delayed. And I have to thank my all panel members over here, the expert members, and give a big hand. Excellent job done. Please. Thank you, Rahul.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that we had an enlightening session. And as we close this session, a small token of appreciation. A small token of appreciation on just to thank all the members for their time and valuable inputs. I request Dr. Robin Kumar, IPC, to please give the memento to Dr. Viranchi Shah.
We'll start from Sensor side.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Robin Kumar to also give the memento to Dr. B.M. Rao. Many thanks, sir, for your valuable inputs. I now request Dr. Hemant Koshia, Commissioner, FDA Gujarat, to please give away the memento to Dr. Saranjeet Singh. Thank you, sir, for holding the thread of this session. So वो सबसे senior है, उनको I think now I call the two lions on this dais, Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi, sir, to please give away the memento to Dr. V.G. Somani, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for all your inputs. All the lions on the stage.
Please come. Please stand along.
After his answers, nobody was actually daring to come and give it to him.
The best part of today's conference was we have raised many questions. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next session, the important panel discussion. I'm sure you have all got a lot of questions here. I invite panelists and the moderator for this panel discussion, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, sir. The panelists will be Dr. George Patani, Vice President, West Zone IDMA, and Director INGA Labs. The other panelist with us today is Dr. Rajesh Gupta, President, Himachal Drug Manufacturer Association, Mr. A.K. Pradhan, Joint Director, Drug Controller, India, CDSCO, Dr. Hemant Koshia, Commissioner, Food and Drug Administration, Gujarat. Thank you, panelists. It's now over to Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi, sir, to take the panel discussion forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I know, looking at the status of the hall, we have already reached the end of the session. So we will keep it short, and this panel discussion is mainly on a general topic which we thought would be helpful. The topic which rather we have come up with 3 questions which we will discuss among the panelists. The way it will go is I will ask all these 3 questions to each of the panelists and they will speak for 2 minutes, and then we can invite some opinion on, from the audience on these questions, and we can build it further. Looking at the way Dr. Saranjeet handled the last session and his history of affiliation with the Indian Pharma, I would also invite Dr. Saranjeet to come on that as one of the panels. That will certainly enrich the discussions which we are going to have. So I can ensure one thing for sure, that people who are sitting and who will not go, the people who have gone will miss something. So that is something that I can the question first question which I would like to put in front of the panelists, and they will speak for 2 minutes each, is what is our strength as a country in pharma expertise, which will take Indian pharma to next level growth from here where we have reached today. Dr. Koshia, your opinion for 2 minutes on this question. You can speak from here only.
Humanity, not in India but globally. And a lot of speakers have mentioned that India is the pharmacy of the world. And yes, that it goes to our domain, knowledge of the pharma sector. And if I compare that, our pharmacy profession and the pharmacy discipline with our ancient system, the credit goes to the Brahmin community, that is our pharmacy teachers, who brought in early days knowledge, early access to the knowledge of the pharmacy profession and the pharmacy to the citizens and the Indians. And yes, myself, I'm not as compared as a Kshatriya, but we are a hardcore regulator like Dr. Somani from the state, and our main job is to weed out the black sheep from the market who are doing purposely wrong thing in the playing the life of the people. And yes, industry partner, Vaishya community, yes, they are the businessmen and they produce quality medicine and so kind. So it's a combination of this, all three components of the pharmacy profession, and all together we are making sure that citizens get the same medicine. Today we have released IP 20-2022. This is the 9th edition after India's independence. But you may not be knowing that India has a strong and rich heritage of the pharmacopoeia. We have the first pharmacopoeia of India was 1868. And in those days also we have a supplement, 1869. And again that supplement after 1 year, because we are doing the science, and science is evolving science. And in those times, that pharmacopoeia of India was available in different Indian languages, that is Hindustani version of the Sanskrit, Urdu and Hindi. So the wide community and population across the India, they were using that pharmacopoeia of India, 1868 edition. And being a colonial state, that was all published by the following the British pharmacopoeia and the standards. And I still remember that in 1869 pharmacopoeia, there was standard of nitroglycerin tablet. And those times that nitroglycerin tablet was mentioned as each tablet contained 2.5 grain of chocolate having 100 grain of pure nitroglycerin. That is equal to 1.6 milligram nitroglycerin. After 137 years, the same drug is in existence, same efficacy and effect. So this is the rich heritage of the Indian scientists, Indian science community, and that legacy is being carried forward by the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, headed by Dr. Raghuvanshi and his team. And I must compliment for coming out with this 2022 edition. And as I mentioned, this is evolving science. India has a great teachers who are imparting the knowledge to the student community, to the profession. And because we are living in the era of the knowledge, and great power is the knowledge. And through that, we succeed and we can, I think, be a good country and a good pharmacopoeia for the world. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's very nice. What I can understand is you were saying that institutions which are giving pharmacy knowledge, systems of regulation, strong business community, and old tradition and heritage, which is still continuing with lots of knowledge, are the strengths which will take us to the next level of growth. Right, is it so, sir? Dr. Pradhan, your opinion?
Yeah. Good evening to all. I think in today's context, means in today's, context of pharma industry, this question is a very relevant question, that what we should do to take our pharma industry to the next level of growth. There are, basically 2 points I would like to highlight specifically to address these questions. Because as we all know, and also from the morning, we all are saying that India is a pharmacy of world. India has actually, Indian pharma industry has made a tremendous success in terms of, manufacturing quality generic products and supplying to the globes. That is one point. The next is, but the question is that what we should do to take the growth to the next level. From that context, in my opinion, we have to think something else also. Because, there are two things. One is industry, or regulatory ecosystem, or whole ecosystem, not only regulatory aspects, but whole ecosystem is strong enough for, taking industry based on generic manufacturing of our drugs. But today we have to think that there has been a lot of changes at global level, because there has been, changes in trade practices, there has been competition at the global level, and also other many changes. We know many, small countries are also entering into the generic business at global level. Therefore, we have to think seriously our pharma industry, our whole ecosystem, including the government machinery and policy makers and everybody, that how to actually first how to sustain the growth, and then how to increase or how to take the growth of pharma industry to the next level. For this purpose, two main points needs to be focused. First one, our whole ecosystem which is there at present for the generic industry, that needs to be strengthened further, that needs to be upgraded further, because if you want growth, as sir has rightly mentioned, if you want growth, you need quality. You have to ensure quality first. Without, focusing on quality, you cannot expect that, okay, there will be a sustainable growth forever. So, gradually we have to upgrade our system, gradually we have to strengthen our system, streamline our system by, not adopting, international best practices, but we will see what are the international best practices and how we can actually accommodate to make it Indianized. That is very important for, ensuring sustainable growth in generic sector. This is one point. The next point is that we have to have a lot of focus on innovation and, research and development of new drugs. Because India has all, required capabilities, facilities or brain expertise, and also facilities for discovery and development of new drugs. But as we all know, discovery and development of new drug is not a very easy, things. It's a very complex process, which requires lot of resource, which requires, coordination of various scientific fields, and also it is a risky affair. And therefore, our government and at every level are very serious. Whenever there is, discussion or meetings or consultation at a very high level, that one point comes out, that how to strengthen our ecosystem to promote innovation and innovation in our country, which we are lacking presently. Although many of the industries, they are coming into actual real innovation of new chemical entity, biological entity, because we have been very strong in generic, we have been very strong in biosimilars, biotech products, but still we have to do a lot for development of and research and development of new drugs. That is one important thing. And therefore, we have to strengthen whole ecosystem. It is not that only one stakeholders, industry or government or policy maker or regulatory system. Whole ecosystem needs to be strengthened. Then only it is possible, because development, research and development of new drug is a very complex method. That requires strengthening and support, and also active measures from all angles. And therefore, because we have state-of-the-art facilities for drug research, we have all kind of expertise in various research institute. We have best regulatory system, which is being strengthened gradually, and government is ready to further streamline the regulatory process. As you may be aware, in 2019, when we came out with the that notification of new drugs and clinical trial rules, many new provisions were incorporated with the aim that we should promote research. We should promote clinical trials and research and development of new drugs. Many provisions are there which were introduced first time to ensure that there is transparency, accountability, and also predictability in the system. And not only that, there are also regulatory process by which regulatory pathways can be given or guidance can be given before even submission of dossier to the regulators. Those provisions are already there. And you may be aware that recently one draft rules have been published where government is going to put regulatory provision by which there will be provision for deemed approval. Means if you submit a clinical trial application today, if no response is received from the regulator within the specified period, that period is there, then it will be considered deemed approved. You can go ahead for initiating the clinical trials. And for that you have to intimate, obviously. And that is except for manufacturing or import or marketing approval. These provisions are going to come very shortly, because draft rules have already been published, and comments and others have been received which are under examination by governments. This is a huge change. Means deemed approval. This is first time in India, because this type of procedures, regulatory procedures are there already in other countries like USA. But in India, if you conduct phase 1 trial, first in human study, same procedure. If you want to conduct phase 2 study, again you submit the protocols and details. If no response is received from the regulator, then it will be considered deemed approved. You can go ahead. So this kind of regulatory streamlining or regulatory, process upgradation is going on, because government is serious that we have to have a ecosystem which will ensure, innovation, which will promote innovation by, or involvement of all stakeholders, industry, academia, or research institute, collaboration. Everything is important and everything is part of that ecosystem. So that needs to be ensured. And I think Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission is one of the component of those whole ecosystem, including regulatory authorities and others. So this is, I think, these are the two important points which we have to put focus for taking our industry to the next level. Thank you.
So both these points coming out again on the strong regulation systems, and you rightly said about the innovation, and the whole ecosystem has to work towards bringing the innovation. Dr. Saranjeet, and I would again request, because in the interest of time, just take 2 minutes.
I will be very specific, and I have very extreme viewpoints at times, which are not liked by everyone. First of all, we should have a limit, minimum limit of the company that you can establish for drug manufacturing in India. Maybe 50 crore or 100 crores, because it needs investment to build up the quality today, to comply with the Pharmacopoeia 2020 with the standards that are being laid down. It's absolutely essential to have a minimum limit for starting a company, pharma company. It's a matter of health of the patient, and patient is one person who is already sick, whose immunity is already down, and only way to help is through medicines and other, of course, approaches if surgical intervention or medical device is needed. First is minimum level of expenditure that is required to set up a company, one. Second thing is heightened way movement of experts from industry to academia, so that, and regulatory to academia. What is happening is, I could not open a department of regulatory affairs in NIPER because I didn't have a high quality regulators available to assist us. Second, they are busy in their own fields. The retired ones, they are old timers. We don't have a fresh blood who is trained in international regulatory affairs to come and teach. Today, teachers have to be a different models, not like older people, the way we used to stand up and read from notes. Our whole education system is not targeted to skill development, talent development. That also needs a change. So movement of people from industry to academia, I have seen wherever this has happened. Today, from industry, he has come to the government sector to lead IPC. You will feel the change in a very near future time. This kind of movement we have to IDMA. Maybe they provoke the people to move into academia, start giving invited lecture, other ways, whatever possible. So my approach is minimum funding required, that standard should be set, and another is heightened way movement of people, talent sharing between from academia to industry to regulatory and reverse. If that happens, I think we have some future to go forward fast. Thank you.
I can't agree less with you, Dr. More rather with you, Dr. Saranjeet, because both these points which you have raised are actually very important, because he is raising a point that a minimum investment in starting an industry should be made mandatory, because it is directly related to the infrastructure you can create and then ultimately for quality medicine output. Very well said. And second one, again, can't agree more, because I am one of the examples, and before me there are less, but there are examples which are very successful. If I can name few of them, in your NIPER Mohali, Dr. Bansal is there, and recently I saw Dr. Shah moving from Reddy's to NIPER Ahmedabad, and there are similar.
Doing wonders. I said they are doing wonders.
And they are doing, and they actually are different from the normal lot. So from this forum, it is again a point which I can also stress upon and request that whosoever gets that opportunity, please don't leave it, because it's a big contribution to society. Coming to Dr. Patani, your 2 minutes.
So coming back to our question, at the outset, thank you very much, Dr. Raghuvanshi, for inviting us as industry here to be part of this panel. Now, just to remind you the question, what's our strength as a country in this pharma expertise. So I think the reason why we have done well in pharma is because we have a very good talent pool. Now, we can't rest on our laurels, and we know that we need to improve this talent pool. But if you ask me what was our strength that got us here, is that we have a very good talent pool of technical people. Now, the other one benefit that we have as a country, India, is that we have a large population. This is an asset actually. So we really, why we grew as a pharma industry is because, recently just somebody was asking, I believe he had a very long question, and his question was, how can we have high standards and also be affordable? But that is exactly one of the secrets that we have had, and that is because we could manufacture batches of scale, because we could scale up, so we could keep our costs efficient. So this was something that we were blessed with a large population, and that is why we could keep our costs low. So that's also a strength, that we have a very large population. Now, because we have a large population, the entire world wants to come and sell their product in India. So it is an asset for us. So, so the first thing I'd like to say, a large population, this large population, a large talent pool. These have been, some of the strengths which have really helped us to, reach where we are today. Now, what will take us pharma to the next level? Today, our Honorable Minister already told us that, the government is looking at research-linked incentive schemes. So basically, they want us to go from just manufacturing generics to manufacturing higher value products. When we talk of higher value products, we're talking of biosimilars, we're talking of complex generics, we're talking of combining drug and delivery systems. So, these are the ways where we know that we can increase the value of our product. And it's not just a question of increasing value, but also delivering better medicine, more optimized medicine to the patient. So I think I've touched on our strengths, and I think, going on higher value products, more, better use of delivery systems. These are the ways where we could increase the value of our products and go to the next level where we will have more volume and also more value to our products. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patani. Rightly said, both the points. Huge talent pool which has brought us here as a industry, and certainly parallelly the other pool of talent was being created when the existing pool was used in generic medicine. Now we have a huge pool trained in biotechnology, trained in discovery, medicinal chemistry. So we have that potential. Maybe 30-40 years ago, the kind of pool which we had, which helped us bring the generic industry here, today we may be in a position where that kind of pool is there for the next level of industry and innovation. And I'm sure that's going to help us. And the second point of large population, one thing which, as you said, and very right, that the foreign companies are coming to sell their product because of the large market. But along with that, they actually bring lots of knowledge also, and which that knowledge is integrated into our system, which helps our industry grow. So it's a very positive loop which helps the whole pharma industry in this country to grow. So thanks a lot for that. So good points. The second obvious questions from here comes is, what are the risks which can actually pull us down from moving to that level? And again, Dr. Koshia, your opinion, that what can hold us back from going there? And again, a request that let's take 2 minutes only, because everybody who is sitting here is actually might be thinking the why they did not leave by now. So you have to keep an eye. And people have actually planned as per 5 p.m. closure.
Yes, Dr. Somani, the DCI has rightly mentioned that India is like a EU because you have 33 states and the 8 union territories. And if I speak about the Gujarat, its population is 65 million people, almost equivalent or bigger than the UK population or Germany or France. And yes, we have a 5,000 licensed manufacturer in the single state. They are manufacturing 531,000 product license of different molecules. And if I ask for one single paracetamol, there are 100 manufacturers to offer that product. And yes, that thanks to the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission for setting the standard, having uniform quality throughout the state and the nation, and we can get the required and the desired product. And again, to regulate this 5,000 licensed manufacturers, we are a team of 1,500 people, almost double than the DCGI team. As Dr. Sawan mentioned, they are a team of 800 people. And yes, we are protecting the health of the people by ensuring that they get the safe medicine. Every year we are testing almost 15,000 plus drug products from the market, and we have an accredited lab. And if I am looking up about the failure ratio, in 1960 we have tested almost 927 samples. Out of this, failure ratio was almost 25%. It was early days, 6 decades back. But if I am comparing 2011, the failure ratio was around 7.9%. So quality of the product was been improving. And last year we tested almost 15,000 samples, and the failure ratio is almost 2.5%. Year after year, the quality of the product moving in the market is improving thanks to the law-abiding manufacturers and the strong regulatory mechanism and the strong scientific standard setting body like IPC. And out of this 1,500 odd products, we have tested 305 COVID medicines, and that is only for the microbiological study testing. That is rapid microbiology testing. And in second wave, there was a sudden rise in the demand of this remdesivir injection, anticoagulant agents, and manufacture was not geared up. They started manufacturing, but manufacturing cycle itself for 21 days for the remdesivir for lyophilization and the study testing. But where this public testing lab, the government lab has come to support the industry, and we have tested almost 309 batches of the different remdesivir products of all 7 licensed manufacturers of Gilead in India, based from name Pure, Hitro, Cipla, Zydus, Mylan, Sengen, and so on. And we made that drug earlier available to the citizen when it was a bad time and it was high in demand, because we have a large capability and capacity to produce. But to cut down that testing time, and thanks to Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission that they have recognized that rapid viral testing method in those days by special notification, and industry has taken the advantage, and we have saved our precious human life throughout the nation. So I think this technology advancement, and I think all these things will definitely help to further strengthen our capability and capacity.
Thank you. Dr. Pradhan, your opinion?
Yeah, I think Dr. Kochia has already mentioned that how that strengthening of whole ecosystem is continuing in our country. In this regard, I would also like to highlight some more points because during the last few years, government has been very serious for ensuring quality of the drugs, and therefore that regulatory system strengthening has been one of the most important area of governments for consideration. And as part of that whole overall regulatory system, as you all know, during the last few years there have been some historical changes in regulatory system. First, I would like to mention that, making bioequivalence study mandatory for the generic drugs, which was amended in 2017. And to make that mandatory, that discussion and all kinds of dialogue, discussion, deliberation was going on for decades, because many times physicians, they used to raise concerns that our product has not gone through bioequivalence studies. So what is the guarantee that it will give the desired therapeutic effect? It will have that desired viability. So that rule was amended by government in 2017, and thereafter also another historical change was that stability studies data submission was made mandatory in 2018. That was also because before that there was requirement of stability data for taking license, which was only for patent and proprietary medicines, not for all medicines. But that was made mandatory for all drugs before taking manufacturing license from the state regulatory authorities. They have to submit the stability data. These two important regulatory milestones, has actually strengthened our whole ecosystem so far as generic industry is concerned, because all these kinds of things gives a message to the world, because it is not only ensuring or making the quality drugs available for domestic market, because we are talking about growth of the pharma industry. So beyond domestic market, we have to see how our industry also make a success, and they continue their success story at the global level. And therefore, continuous regulatory update and adoption of regulatory standards, tools and techniques are very important. And although government therefore are trying to upgrade those systems since many years back, and government always goes through the consultative process. It is not that suddenly some changes are done which may create a burden on stakeholders, and therefore that process is going on. So in my opinion, I think that whole system or that speed, the way we are going through the regulatory system and whole ecosystem, that will never pull us back, and it will be a risk for taking us back to so far as growth of pharma industry is concerned. So because whole stakeholders and also regulatory authorities, industry, everybody today is aware what is the importance of quality and how to upgrade quality of the drugs manufactured and marketed in our country. I think from that angle we are comfortable that yes, our industry will continuously grow and do better and better in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pradhan.
Okay, I will try to be very precise and quick. I was in London in 2002. I think Dr. James will appreciate the system over there. I was for a lecture at a hotel. It was IPC conference on stability testing. What thing which attracted me was the conference started, which today didn't happen. Conference started with a safety officer of the hotel coming in, telling us in case of fire, where are the exits? Because he is sitting, Dr. Francisha is sitting in the front seat, he doesn't know there is an exit at the back. This person will come and tell us where the gates are and how the stairs you have to go and where you end up. Second thing is, I was sitting in the WHO expert committee. They try to bring quality risk management guideline. I said WHO is buying products out of pre-qualified list of vendors through L1, that is lowest cost basis. And they are talking of quality risk management. They want everything best in the world at the lowest price. Then the realization, after talking to one of my colleagues, friend who was also a consultant to WHO, he said, see, try to understand the situation. WHO has some respect in the world being a drug distributing organization to the poorest of the poor, which supplies free of cost. One batch failure means the total respect and prestige of WHO can fall down. They cannot take a risk of doing that. My only intention over here is unless we bring in science and risk-based approach in every activity. I'm not saying drug protection only, hiring people, doing any activity until us bring the science and risk-based approach, we will not be able to go to the next level. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And Dr. Patani, your 2 minutes.
Yeah, so coming back, let me repeat the question. What can slow down our progress and growth? Now, from a IPC context, we've established the IP. So I think the first thing is I will repeat what Dr. Saranjit said, and that is the implementation of the IP. So the implementation should also be there. Otherwise, like Dr. Viranchi said, all the chariots will not go together. But my also request to Dr. Raghuvanshi is that this implementation should be done in a phased and structured manner to make sure that industry complies. And it is only when industry complies, then we will be successful as a team together. So what, number one is successful implementation of the IP in a phased and structured manner. That is important to us. If we don't do it, we will not achieve what we want. Number two is, we are having a pharmacopoeia released every 4 years, but our act has still not been revised. Now, one common aspect that we see is storage conditions are mentioned in Schedule P, which was done in 1940 and the rules in 1945. A pharmacopoeia comes out every 4 years. Now, the problem is, like Dr. Somani said, anything that you do not follow is a criminal act and you'll have a case slapped against you. Now, the problem is the act gives one storage condition and the pharmacopoeia gives another. So my request to the Pharmacopoeia Commission is that, the storage conditions in the pharmacopoeia are more current, but they must help the, reach out to the CDSCO and help us to even get the storage conditions in the Act harmonized. Now, coming to the next thing is, as we do this, international best practices. So that's my third point. So like I mentioned before, a small error like this gets converted into a criminal, case being filed against the company. So these are all small little hurdles that slow us down. We are all working as a team towards the same goal. So I think we should also follow international best practices where, a criminal matter, it's not made a criminal matter if a small omission or a small error is made, or even if the error is due to differences in regulation. So my third point is we must try to adapt to best international practices if we want the best standards, best regulations, best ecosystem, then we must have best practices. And finally is the predictability of the regulatory system. So actually this COVID pandemic has been a blessing to the Indian pharma industry because it taught us that we can really do good drug research. We could repurpose drugs quickly. We, like Dr. Somani said, he had a lovely slide where he had the number of drugs that were approved during COVID, the vaccines that were approved. So if we could do this during COVID time, then why can't we do it henceforth going forward? Now going forward, we can do it only if we have a predictable regulatory system, is which Mr. Pradhan has told us already about. So we need a predictable regulatory system, and maybe to get this predictable regulatory system, we must change the metrics of measurement. So when I say the metrics of measurement, I wish I could tell Dr. Somani when he was here, but we should not look at the number of drugs that were approved, and not just the number of drugs that did not get approved, but we must look at the number of drugs that got approved, and that should be the incentive for the for the regulatory organization. So pretty much just to sum up, what things could hold us back? Number one is efficient implementation, structured implementation of the IP, better harmonization between our current act and the pharmacopoeia, adoption of international best practices, and finally bringing better predictability into our regulatory system. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and you summarized well. In the interest of time, just a couple of points from the audience, if anybody is interested in sharing either our strength or the risks. I see a hand coming up at the end.
I want to intervene from the side. My friend said about storage condition harmonization between the Act Schedule P and what is given in the pharmacopoeia or the pharmacopoeia monographs. I have been discussing with, because this is a very big regulatory issue and there are litigations based on this. Let me tell you, pharmacopoeia is primarily meant to be used in a laboratory. You agree with me? Product is created according to meet the pharmacopoeia monograph specification. It's meant to be used in the laboratory. Now the laboratory, the storage conditions of API and product, which is given in the pharmacopoeia, is for the use of the analyst when he is doing the analysis. It is not for the long-term storage condition. This is a misnomer and misunderstanding. You create a product, you create an API, you put your own packaging, and then you have to do the ICS stability testing on the drug substance in the final product. Similarly, from the final API, and again you have to do a separate stability testing on the drug product. So there is no relationship between what are the storage conditions. The storage conditions given in the pharmacopoeia are based on basic physicochemical property of the product as such, which I will say not even packaged. So when a person is weighing and transferring, what storage conditions are important at that moment of time. So this I know is an ugly situation that is happening and leading into litigation because scientifically is not understood by many of us. This is what I'm saying, science and risk-based approach. Again, I will say, everywhere we have to bring in science and risk-based approach. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, so this is not a question answer session, please. I just wanted some points as a strength and risk which can hold us from going to the next level.
डिस्कस करना चाहता हूँ खाली ना सर ने बोला कि एक इंडस्ट्री को स्टार्ट करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट को एक कुछ फाइनेंस का सेट कर देना चाहिए कि इससे नीचे स्टार्टिंग के लिए अलाउ नहीं करना चाहिए अपने पॉइंट में सर ने Sir, you just say
good practice is that if one person doesn't understand the language, we should not speak that language.
Sir, you just say that to start a business, government should have fixed a limit, minimum limit from where we can start only a new business. It is good for the start of a new set business for the new people are coming because we will fix a limit on the base of amount.
I'm just cutting you. See, I'm asking it, please request. It is not a question answer session. It was an opinion which Dr. Saranjit Singh put forward. It is not something which is somebody is going to implement it. So there is nothing of cross questioning here. I'm just requesting if you have some points which have not been shared here as the strength of Indian pharma, which will take her to the next level, please speak, otherwise no questions.
Give your
Thank you, sir.
Suggestions. We want to be world leaders in due course. How we can be, with what he has told, strength of us as a number of population or the manpower what we have, how we can go forward.
So I think it is already 5:08 and we have crossed the time allocated, but certainly both the questions have actually been, we got lots of different points from 4 of our panelists, and they're actually, some of them are very good and certainly initiating some thought, at least within me, about what can hold us back especially, and we have to be cautious about those points more than our strength if we have to go to that level. Thanks a lot, and I would end the the panel discussion here, and over to
Thanks,
Madhu.
Rajiv, for moderating this. Before you go with the closing ceremony, after you are done with Memento, I want whole of the audience to stand up and give a what I would say, come over here. You have done wonderful. This is my duty as a senior person here.
Please. Some of you can come backwards.
Standing ovation we need for them. Standing ovation for these teachers. I'm the introduction of the pharmacopoeia working day and night for looking at the Please sit down, they can have a picture now. Thank you so much. Dr. Rajiv, lead the team to do best what you can.
Yes, the team is very excited, very energetic and motivated.
Yes.
And these are actually milestones.
I can see the young people doing wonders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you all panelists for the enriched discussion. Now I would like to request Dr. Saranjeet sir to kindly felicitate all the panelists with a memento as a token of appreciation. So request you sir to please felicitate Dr. George A. Patani. Yes sir. Yes.
I solicit 100% full support to IPMA for IP safety. Sir, 1 minute.
To Mr. A.K. Pradhan.
My honor.
Thank you. To Dr. Hemant Koshia.
So great. You are doing so good in that way. Dr. Koshia himself in the jam, handling the whole large industry in Gujarat. It's a rare that we are able to hear before.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Rajiv to kindly felicitate Dr. Rajni Mathur from Dipsaru for her continuous support for the conductance of this conference. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Please come here, come here. Come on, I want to appreciate he is a photographer for 25 years to ITC. There is a reflection of the memento. So this one is not coming good. So great, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we reach to the end of this session conference, I have one small poem from Dr. Gurang Ojha, CEO of Weber Analytical Siemens Ahmedabad Expert IP Review Committee. Unfortunately, he left the conference due to some reason, but he requested us to share his unwritten poem, small poem. It's छोटा मोटा सबका प्रयास, लगता है बड़े से बड़ा विकास, जब साथ होंगे हम और आप, जुटे रहेंगे दिन और रात, तभी तो जीत पाएंगे दुनिया भर का भरोसा और विश्वास. So, with this poem, I again express my appreciation to all the speakers and panelists for their valuable contribution on the occasion of release of 9th edition of Indian Pharmacopoeia 2022 and IP Conference 2022. Our deepest gratitude goes to all attendees, those who attended the conference and helped to make such a successful event. Thank you so much. Thank you.
सर आपने कोड नहीं बताया कि हाथ ऐसे रखना